Okay, now my microphone's working. Hey, I'm really excited to get into this because I stopped at a point what it seemed like there was a murder about to happen or something. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, my mic was accidentally muted. I don't even know if this is the exact point the murder is happening, but it really seems like it, so I stopped. Hang on, let me enable the model tracking. You know, with how the chapter is going, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Ava. It could be Ava. I'm not sure who else I would say. But like, with how they were setting up the characters in the chapter, it seems like it could be Ava. But I don't know. I feel like if it is, I don't know. I don't know if it would be one of the people who were at the party or who were at the competition, like the tournament, the video game tournament, or if it would be one of them who were murdered, or someone who wasn't there, because like they could be murdered in the dark while they're exploring. I guess I'll see. Whatever, I'll open the door. Yeah, I stopped. This was like kind of an abrupt place to stop, but I wanted to save the body discovery. All right, let's search this place. Kai and I gave the closet a quick rundown. Something as large as a generator would have stood out even in the dark, but we couldn't find anything of the sort.
Man.
Man, unlucky. All that work for nothing. What's the plan now? Do we just, like, go back outside?
I know.
I want to see what Grace and Ava are doing next door. Okay. As Kai shuffled up behind me, I turned to grasp the handle of the door and
Huh?
suddenly frantic footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. Did someone just run past this room? Sounded like a lot like it. Did another group make a discovery? Why run past us, though? This didn't sit right with me. I need to see what's going on. You know, for some reason, if I tab out of the VTube Studio, like my tracking gets all weird. Let me try something. There's no one here. Are the others still searching the closets? If they found something, I don't know why they'd run off without telling us first.
No.
If it was one of them, we should have heard a door opening. Yeah. Maybe we could peek inside one of the closets? Just to make sure, you know? Hello, Damon? I couldn't focus on anything he was saying. My attention was concentrated entirely on that place. Those footsteps sounded like they came from the boiler room. Hold on, I don't... Hey, what are you doing? His words were barely comprehensible. I couldn't hear anything, I couldn't even think. All my brain could register was tightening in my chest. Suddenly, my legs began moving forward. It's like my body was possessed, under the control of something completely ambivalent to reason. My heart was puppeting my every move. Brought me to the door, told my hand to turn the knob. Said set. And then I was inside. This gotta be the...
Dude,
Oh,
no!
okay, is this not the body discovery? This isn't okay, you know. Why did you come here? Come on, say something already. I couldn't make out anything in the dark. The boiler room seemed completely still and completely silent, just like it had been the previous time I was here. Except unlike last time, this silence wasn't the peaceful silence of a long abandoned place. Rather, it felt like the entire world was holding its breath. Damn it, why can't you just say something? Why can't somebody just...
Game over, man! Game
Oh,
over!
why can't someone just fix this blackout? Huh? All of a sudden, light appeared. A single ray of light in the back of the room, projected by a vent on the wall. It was too dim to completely snuff out the darkness, but it was still enough. Enough for me to see what was laying at my feet. It's Wolfgang? Okay. I expected him to be a killer. Well, I thought it might have been too obvious for him to be a killer, but... I still feel like, I feel like it's not, oh, you couldn't hear me? I don't know, maybe he tried to kill someone and ended up getting killed. I don't know, we'll see what happens. Wolfgang Akire lurched over the boiler room platform. Completely still, completely silent. Ultimate lawyer, unmistakably dead. My scream rang loud and clear in my ears. I could hear everything, all the fear and anxiety from the past 5 days joined in a chorus of terror. Before I knew it, I was yelling too. My arms, my legs, there was no weight in them anymore. Only pins and needles prickling every inch of my skin. What do I do? What am I supposed to do?
A body has been discovered. All students must proceed to the boiler room on the underground floor immediately. Time will be allotted for all participants to investigate the murder. And afterwards, the real class trial will begin. Good luck, everybody!
Real class trial?
Oh, shit!
Oh shit, this can't be for real. There's no way. There's no way! With a wail, Kai booked it out of the room. I knew it was inevitable. Is that a taser on the ground? I knew we'd chosen this path when we started denying the reality of the killing game. But seeing Wolfgang displayed the way he was, his face contorted into a look of terror, made everyone's naivety all the more worse. And what did this mean for his blackmail? Like father like son, beneath the sheep's skin hides a wolfish mind. I'll never know what that blackmail meant. Maybe if I had just bit the bullet and confronted Wolfgang about it. Damon, are you okay? I heard the announcement and... Is that Wolfgang? I was right? Tournament attendees burst through the door, tailed by a stumbling cry. I really didn't want to believe it. Why the heck would I lie? Are we 100% sure he's dead? I mean, Ava was the one who... Wasn't Ava the one who instantly recognized the fake dead body? She was pretty calm when the fake body was discovered. I don't see any wounds. Maybe he's still breathing. Oh no, he's very much dead.
Son of a bitch!
This has gotta be an accident, right?
A long face.
Why do you ask? Well, if the death wasn't intentional, it could be treated like manslaughter or something. And not need a trial?
Rubbish.
Intentional or not, the killer's hands are still dirty with blood, no? As far as I'm concerned, murder is murder, be it third-degree murder, manslaughter, or anything in between. Besides, if Wolfgang's death was indeed an accident and the killer bore no ill intent, don't you find it rather strange they haven't come forward and confessed?
Kevin!
Then tell us. Tell us who did this.
Me?
Me? Tell you, the killer? Where's the fun in a mystery you already know the answer to? I'll keep my lips sealed, thank you very much.
Hold on.
So there definitely is a killer?
Moving on.
Oh, downstairs already? Aren't you a quick-footed bunch?
This is
Holy shit.
nonsense!
A cacophony of wails filled my ears, hailing the arrival of the remaining students. It was almost instantaneous how quickly the color drained from everyone's faces. They'd entered the room completely bright red, having clearly made that desperate sprint to the boiler room. Based on how quickly people got here, that's all I have to base it off so far. I guess honestly I think my top suspect right now is Chet, but I'm not sure. I'll see what happens. It entered the room completely bright red, having clearly made a desperate sprint to the boiler room. But now they looked as lifeless as the man laying in front of them. What happened here? Damon and me, we just found him like this. It's a sight to behold, I'm sure. Your beloved classmate, who was once so lively, now splayed dead in front of you.
Well done.
To think I didn't even have to lift a finger after the blackmail. What are the odds? How could you?
Me?
How could you? Could I? You tickle me, Eloise. You must remember, this is a killing game between students. Unless the rules state otherwise, a student can only be murdered by another student.
Blood is rushing.
The undeniable truth is that one of you killed Wolfgang. One of you killed Wolfgang? That's right, a person we've been living with, who I've spoken to before. That person is in this room right now, staring at their own crime scene. So we are going to completely disregard the fact that you showed each of us another person's blackmail? I was simply pushing you all in the right direction. Do not take it personally. But Wolfgang, he He was so nice to everyone. Why would someone do this? Well, if it is any consolation, I have a gift prepared. A gift?
Twist.
Behold, the Tozu tablet. The second Tozu tablet, to be more precise. You're even naming the tablet after yourself? It's always been called this. You just didn't know until now.
Moving on.
Yeah, I was questioning in the prologue if the tablet had a name like the Monokuma file. Anyway, I trust you all remember how this tablet operates, yes? If not, allow me to briefly run you through it again. This tablet contains a summary of the crime scene. Certain special details like the victim's time of death have been oh so thoughtfully provided for you. Go on, take a look. The victim is Wolfgang Akile, the ultimate lawyer. He was discovered in the boiler room on the underground floor. He is kneeling in the water and his upper body slumped over the concrete platform. This is gonna involve electricity or something because there's a taser next to him and he's in water, so there's obviously gonna be they're at least gonna argue that his cause of death was electrocution. That might even be what this file says. Estimated time of death is approximately 9:35 a.m.
No.
This is different from the first tablet we got. No, I'm quite confident you're holding the same brand of tablet. Look, the shape and size are identical.
That's...
They're at least going to argue that his cause of death was electrocution, but I don't know if it actually is. I mean, why is there information missing from this tablet? The cause of death. When we investigated the dummy's murder, the tablet explicitly said she died from blood loss. But this tablet, it doesn't list Wolfgang's cause of death anywhere.
Rubbish.
Of course, saying otherwise would make things too easy.
No.
Come again? You see, the tablet's information has been divulged in such a way that both the killer and the spotless have equal chance of success. What does that mean?
Moving on.
Nope, that's all you're getting from me. Tally-ho.
No.
Hey, wait. Damn it, he's already out of here. How nimble was this guy?
Why?
Make what too easy? Solving Wolfgang's death?
This looks bad.
No way. Is he saying the cause of death is part of the mystery? If the cause of death is redacted from the file, then it's probably not electrocution, because electrocution is the most obvious cause of death. So, if electrocution is the most obvious, it's probably not electrocution.
You're crazy!
I'm not investigating shit. Keep me out of
Don't
this.
look at me.
I don't want to be here. I don't want to keep looking at him.
No, just no.
You have to be insane to think I'm touching a dead body. One by one, multiple students made their way to the door. It was then that she finally spoke.
No.
Stop. Although she didn't yell, there was an overwhelming intensity to her voice. The same kind that caught everyone's attention back in the trial room. Immediately, the runaways froze.
Yeah!
What do you want? You all remember the rules, don't you? If we don't solve Wolfgang's murder and uncover the killer,
Can't you see?
then we are going to die. Our feelings don't matter in this killing game. They never did. All that matters right now is finding the truth.
Don't test me.
Rich coming from you.
Bad news.
Maybe it is, but that doesn't mean she's wrong. If we accuse an innocent person, everyone except the killer will be executed. That's what Tozu said, and that's what was reiterated by our
It
watches.
is how it is.
Whether we like it or not, those are the rules. If it's the difference between life or death, there's nothing much else we can do. But I don't want to. I don't want to look at him. Investigating a crime scene doesn't mean investigating just the body. It's standard procedure in homicide investigations to try and pinpoint the victim's movements before their death.
Thinking.
That means searching places they've gone to, people they've spoken to. Wolfgang's case, his dorm room might be an area of interest.
Yeah.
Since the dorms don't have locks, there's nothing stopping anyone from entering.
boy.
When you put it like that. Hey broski, wanna explore the dorm? Yeah, sure. If you guys are going, then I'll come with. Yeah, same for me. The way Ava spoke with such precision and such calmness. It's the same way she spoke when we discovered the dummy.
Hold your horses.
Hold on. Ulysses won't be going anywhere. What?
Aye.
That notebook you're carrying. Whatever evidence we find down here, I want you recording it. What about us? We might discover something huge upstairs. The area with the body deserves the most attention. Once we've exhausted our options here, then we'll head up there.
Moving on.
Obviously, I'll remain here. You should too, Damon. Right. My mind was still reeling from the shock of discovering the body, and the lump in my throat still wouldn't go away. But Wolfgang really was dead, and I had to find out why.
I don't understand.
It's just so hard to believe. Could one of our friends really be a murderer? Friends. She said it like that blind optimism isn't what the killer most likely exploited. After all, how can you suspect anyone if you trust everyone? It's an environment perfect for deceit, an environment perfect for murder. And worst of all, an environment we've created. Okay. Let me do what I did last time and look back over the tablet first. The victim is Wolfgang Acude, the ultimate lawyer. He was discovered in the boiler room on the underground floor. He is kneeling in the water and his upper body is slumped over the concrete platform. Estimated time of death is approximately 9:35 a.m. It still pissed me off seeing everything except the cause of death listed, especially when I knew the reason why. Cause of death. Oh, it's just a flashback. Ozu's definitely compensating for the killer, probably because they failed to hide their own tracks. And withdrawing information might be his way of balancing the odds.
I won't lose.
Bullshit rules. Who's to say they won't be abused? Regardless, Wolfgang's cause of death should be treated as the crux of this mystery. If I can figure out how he died, then everything else should fall into place. Alas, poor Wolfgang, the guiding light of the ultimate student snuffed out in an instant. No use crying over it though, there's a mystery to be solved. Like any true investigation, important evidence won't always be visible on the first glance. Should you ever find yourself stuck, press F3 to view the game controls. Okay. Yeah, that taser, that is a taser. That's what I thought. I'm gonna talk to people first.
Hello?
Winona, you're still here?
Seriously?
Is there a problem with that? Why does she need to frame everything I say in the worst light? I'm preparing to hold a one-on-one session with Ulysses. I was consulting him about something important before we were interrupted by the announcement. Is that what you were doing before the blackout? Repeat
It's
that?
simple.
The blackout. Were you still with Ulysses when it
Come
happened?
on.
You're not speaking any sense. There was no power outage. She can't be serious. That blackout affected the entire building, unless...
Anyways,
Let me rephrase. Where were you when the murder happened?
Sheesh.
Where were you? At Cassidy's game tournament in the dining hall.
Oh, really?
Really? Not what I
Let
expected.
me see.
Ulysses and I spent this morning by the large tree. We stayed there up to and including the time of Wolfgang's murder. Sounded like she had an alibi then. The spread location she mentioned. I assume this entire building complex connected to the one generator. But it made sense for that tree area to have its own separate system, hence why it didn't lose power. What about the courtyard, though? Was anyone there at the time of the blackout? My immediate... Something I'm thinking now is that based on how his body looks, it's possible he wasn't killed by electrocution, but was killed by some kind of poison instead. But that's just my initial guess.
Aye.
Wait, take a whiff of the air. Think there's something off about it? I followed his instructions and sniffed the air. It smells like burnt rubber. Because of the busted generator, yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. There's another scent, a real bitter one. You might actually be onto something. It's almost like cereal and rubbing alcohol.
Bad news.
Indeed, I'm suspecting a mighty chemical reaction at work. I've had my fair share of travels across the sea, and I'm no stranger to foul play. There's no stench worse than one of a disastrous combustion.
It is how it is.
Thing is, I got no idea where it's coming from. Really? The smell is supposedly that of a chemical reaction. Where else could it be coming from besides that busted generator? Unless Gene's conclusion about the smell is wrong, I wouldn't put it past him. What is that? This say is the smell of cereal and alcohol. That does make me think something with poison, but I'm not sure.
Terrible.
The generator over there is partially submerged in the water. I think we would be wise to stay on this platform. Is he worried about the water being electrified? Ava and I managed to stand in it way back when. I don't see why now would be any different. Then again, the generator wasn't damaged last time. Yeah, since Wolf King is kneeling in the water, we should avoid touching him. We don't know for sure if the water's unsafe.
Listen to me.
Before you start making conclusions, you should experiment first. Saying that, Ava walked over to a pile of boxes and pulled out a light bulb. Oh, I see what you're doing. Sure enough, Ava went straight to the edge of the platform and threw the light bulb into the water.
Look.
See, it's not lighting up. That means the water is safe.
Well, I
see. But then I suppose it's safe to inspect Wolf King.
Okay.
Are you going to? I think I will observe from afar instead. Now isn't the time to be listening to your nerves. Wait, did I just talk to Ava, right? Is that who I... Me?
Yeah.
Who else? Back when we mistook that dummy for a body, you poked it pretty nonchalantly.
Hang on.
That's different. I never thought it was real.
See.
Now that we were finally advancing in this investigation, her cool composure all but vanished. Typical, I guess. She can only keep up an act for so long. Half of the generator's internals had melted away, and what still remained was almost completely singed. Yeah, this was definitely the cause of the power outage. What could have melted the wires? Though? It looked like a bomb had gone off in there.
That's...
Now that I think about it, during the game tournament. Taking a deep breath, I steadied my grip on the controller and pushed both joysticks as hard as I could. Huh? All of a sudden, the world around me turned pitch black. There had been a loud boom right before the blackout happened. similar to a firework going off or someone firing a gun.
That's...
Did I overhear the sound of the generator being destroyed? Nothing else near the dining hall could have made that kind of noise, I don't think. If my assumption is correct, the generator would have been destroyed around the same time the murder was committed. That's suspicious as hell. There's no way the two events aren't connected. But I'm also working purely off my memory of the boom. To be absolutely sure, I need to know when exactly the blackout occurred. Is there any way for me to find that out? Taser gun? Pretty random thing to be lying around the crime scene. Definitely wasn't in the boiler room prior to the murder either. Would that mean this taser gun was involved in the murder? Closer inspection, nothing about the gun looked particularly strange. Had it even been used? I'm pretty sure taser guns dispense some kind of wire when fired. Nearby were some yellow pieces of plastic on the floor. They were the same shade of yellow as the taser gun. Had these originally been attached to it? I can't tell where they would fit on the gun, though. Never mind. What's the point of making guesses when I can just get him to confirm? After all, someone who's a pro at wielding guns should know them better than anyone else. I forget his name. Desmond? Did I not inspect everything? What have I not inspected? All the blood here? There was blood speckled across the floor. I didn't notice at first due to the room's restricted lighting, and now after my eyes had time to adjust, it couldn't be more obvious. Looks like it passes into the hallway too. I completely missed these during the blackout. Speaking of, after the body discovery announcement, everyone barged into the boiler room through this door. These blood spots don't look smudged. I'm guessing they were already dry by the time any of us got here, but in which case, could this be Wolfgang's blood? I have ideas now. I'll wait a little bit to say what I'm thinking. There's still more to investigate. There's a cord in the water. Judging by the length, I think it's an extension cord. But what the hell happened to the other end of it? There's no internal plug, just a frayed tip lined with a black substance. Had the cord been burnt? I didn't see this cord in the boiler room earlier, so it probably came from someplace else. One of the storage rooms, maybe? It wasn't always in this condition, that's for sure. Okay, I'll say, I think the blood is possibly not Wolfgang's blood, but possibly the killer's blood, and like, I was right in saying the Wolfgang tried to kill someone, but something ended up happening to him instead, but I don't know. That's what I suspect right now. All the items we've been provided so far, light bulb, speakers, a fridge, they work perfectly well. So what happened to this cord and why was it even in the water? Still something I missed? What have I not investigated? Oh, I have to talk to him again?
Hi.
Why did he move over here? It's...
The struggle.
I feel it is highly important we investigate anything and everything we can. That is why I moved over here, to investigate. More like he didn't want to be near Wolfgang's body. And what was a first for the investigation, something other than fear appeared on Ulysses' face. It was curiosity.
Eh?
What is it? Look at the floor in front of the door.
That's...
This?
Seriously?
This is just a small piece of scrap metal.
You think?
Even so, it's still part of the crime scene and necessitates
That's
documentation.
not important.
Seriously? Something this small means nothing. Could have come from the generator or the pipes above us. Ingrid could have been carrying it for all we know. This guy, there's so much he could actually document, and instead he's focusing on some flimsy piece of metal. All the more reason to rely on myself. Oh, there's a knife. That's so hard to see. Knife? Okay, yeah, I really think... Now I really think that Wolfgang stabbed someone, and that's where the blood is from. But if Wolfgang stabbed someone, then that person would be still injured right now. Okay, yeah, I said that my theory right now is that the blood is not from Wolfgang, but it's from probably the killer, and that Wolfgang stabbed them, and that's why there's blood, and it's from the killer. But if the blood is from the killer and Wolfgang stabbed the killer, then the killer would still be injured right now. So if they were stabbed, it must have been something that was easy to hide, because it would be obvious if someone was injured. There's no doubt about it that this knife must have something to do with the murder. Why the knife was here and not actually on the platform, I have no idea. This is like the 5th time I've tried investigating the body, and every time there's been something I missed, because, like, oh my god, that's in such a hard to reach angle. Chunks of something red were floating nearby the generator. It almost looked like metal, or maybe plastic. Were these originally part of the generator? The colors and material don't seem to match, though. Shrapnel. Alright, it feels like I've given the boiler room a good rundown. Which means... just yesterday, Wolfgang was talking with us, eating breakfast with us. And now he's dead. Who had the resolve to commit such a needlessly brutal murder? To go so far as to mangle his body? I couldn't unpack it, I didn't know how to. This wasn't just some dummy I had to investigate. This was a real person. It was so far out of my expertise, let alone my comfort zone. Do you want to inspect him? Holy crap, did she really have to scare me like that? Yeah, I do want to inspect him. It's just the idea of getting close to him.
Where?
I'll investigate with you. It'll be easier for both of us that way, right?
Right.
Right. Wolfgang lay completely still, his face frozen in a look of horror. His once bright eyes were shrouded in darkness, and his mouth was open as if he'd been killed mid-scream. Ava's expression said it all. Wolfgang did everything in his power to make us outcasts and make it the worst of us. At times, I even hated him for it. But this brought no relief to either of us. Wolfgang, what happened in his final moments that left him so terrified? Was it the realization that he was about to die? Mulling over the what-ifs won't bring me any closer to solving Wolfgang's murder. Right now, my focus should be to find evidence. And that begins by investigating his body. Wolfgang's suit was completely crumpled. A far cry from his once clean appearance. Water had seeped into the pants, completely ruining the fabric. As I leaned in close, I spotted a folded piece of paper sticking out from his back pocket. Though it was soaked, it wasn't completely destroyed.
Damn.
Really don't want to touch him, but with my thumb and index finger, I snatched the paper out of his pocket, taking care not to brush my hand against his body. I gingerly folded open the paper, aware that some of the wetter spots could fall apart immediately. I found a message written inside. That's some very ugly handwriting. You recognize it? Well, that makes me think that Wolfgang wrote it because in the report card, he has like the worst handwriting of everyone here. Like, that's completely illegible. A lot of the text is unreadable. Whoever wrote this probably used a low-quality pen. Although, at the bottom of the paper, fragments of a message were still visible. Secret, 8:15 a.m. boiler room, close the door. Doesn't this read a lot like a command? It seems like someone wanted to arrange a private meeting with Amir. Could that someone be the culprit?
Not sure.
8:15 a.m. That's a long time before the time of death, though. Maybe there was a struggle, or maybe Wolfgang arrived late.
There must be something.
Either way, this message is definitely a valuable clue. It's our only insight into Wolfgang's movements before his death. Well, now I really want to know where everyone was at that time. I woke up at 8:30 a.m. this morning, so I was asleep when this meeting was scheduled to happen. It's only 35 minutes before the tournament. Cassidy, Jet, Mark, and I would have already been in the dining hall. What could have happened? What could have happened and could be the reason why the cause of death is so late? Based on my idea of poison, I mean, it could have been that the culprit met with him at 8:15 a.m. and something happened, but Wolfgang was not killed. He wasn't killed, but he was incapacitated, and then something else killed him later, like poison or just something else. Something was set up to something was timed, so the killer wasn't actually in this room when Wolfgang died. That's a possibility. As for the other students, directly asking them where they were at 8:15 a.m. might be risky.
Where?
Because they would wonder where we got the time from. Exactly, and I prefer to keep this note between the two of us, at least for now. Anyway, this thing about a secret, what do you think that means?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not really sure. Could be referring to anything. Anything, huh? You know what it means?
I know.
I have an idea. The author of this letter might be talking about Wolfgang's blackmail. If they claim to have it, they could have baited him here without much issue. After all, Wolfgang asked us to meet with the person whose blackmail he had.
Strange.
The boiler room is a pretty ominous place to meet someone, though. It would have been Wolfgang's first time here, too, assuming he didn't explore this floor beforehand.
What could it be?
Either he didn't see the super obvious danger in meeting here alone, or he did realize he just didn't care.
Right.
Alright, does that change anything about what I said? Well, duh. If Wolfgang knew the warning signs, his reason for coming might have less to do with integrity, and more to do with desperation. Desperation? To know the details of his blackmail. It would stand to reason. If only Wolfgang had hidden this note somewhere safe instead of bringing it here, it would have been valuable evidence. I doubt he could have envisioned something like this happening. It was never really on his card during this killing game, except around you and me, I guess. Yeah, so what it really seems like happened is that his death was timed. It could have even been someone at the gaming tournament that killed him. It could have. Maybe it was. I feel like if it was time, then it probably was someone at the tournament. Unless, well, yeah, like, okay, I'll say more later. Now that I think about it, the place where Wolfgang laid was odd. What were the chances he would end up here between the only opening of this fence? One spot where he could kneel over like this. Was it possible he'd been trying to climb onto the platform before he died? It's strange why he didn't use the stairs though, and even stranger that he was even in the water. There didn't seem to be any strange markings on Wolfgang's face. However, along the back of his neck was a massive bruise. That looks like a really bad injury. Almost his entire neck is discolored. Right? How did he get this on the back of his neck? Nothing around us seems to... yes, there is something around the taser. This might sound morbid, but what if it's a sign of his body decomposing? Can a body really decompose this fast? It could or it could not. Probably depends on the environment. As in the temperature? Correct. Cold places are generally better at preserving things than warm. Humid areas like the boiler room.
Thinking.
Kind of like dairy products, that's a good comparison. A tone-deaf one, but sure. Wolfgang didn't have this bruise yesterday at the very least. If he did, it would have been super noticeable.
Fair.
Yeah, true. Turning my attention back to Wolfgang, I caught something else on his body. Near the mark on his neck, but not directly overlapping it. A red dot? Is that a beauty mark? Doesn't look like it. The skin around the dot seems to be inflamed. It reminds me of a popped pimple. Okay, my thought now is that they injected him with something.
So...
If they met at 8:15 a.m. and the killer injected him with something that, like, didn't kill him, but, like, knocked him out, and then something else triggered at the time of his death that, like, was the actual thing that killed him. It might not be,
There
but...
must be something.
Judging by the lack of scabbing, this was inflicted pretty recently, so we may as well keep it in mind. Because an injection with a needle could leave something like that. And they did introduce the pharmacy. What have I not looked at? But the way Wolf King was slumped over the platform, it almost looked like he'd fallen on top of it. Oh, hey, Avery. Oh, hey, Angel. Yeah. Did you not know? Yeah, I honestly, it surprised me. Oh my god. Yeah, sorry, I didn't. Oh, thanks for stopping in. And so sorry, you had to stop in the moment. I'm like zoomed in on his corpse too. But also, hey Avery. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this game. I really like detective games like this. Oh, you're in an ad? Let me give you a shout out. Yeah, Avery also streams, and she streams a lot of puzzle solving stuff too. The way Wolf King was slumped over the platform, it almost looked like he'd fallen on top of it.
Focus.
Let me see if his palms are scratched. Yeah, it definitely is. It's based off Danganronpa. If you know the Danganronpa games, this is a Danganronpa fan game. Like, yeah, it's heavily inspired by Danganronpa. Let me see if his palms are scratched. Because I knelt down to take a closer look. Trickling out from under the cuff of Wolf King's sleeve and onto the rest of his hand. But yeah, it is the same kind of detective solving as Ace Attorney. Strange injury that looked a lot like a tree sapling. Was this a burn mark? Okay, yeah, so that kind of pattern is left by electrocution. Like people who are struck by lightning can have like that like tree-like pattern on them. Like the I know, I forget what it's called, but I know about this. People who are struck by lightning get that signature like pattern on their back or something. So he was electrocuted. He was possibly, yeah, that was the most obvious, like, when coming to when discovering the body, the most obvious thing was that he was electrocuted. Well, there's a taser right next to the body, so if he was, like, if he was in the water, and someone tasered the water, that would be pretty bad. But like, that seems way too obvious. Well, yeah, he's in the water. He's in water. There's water in this room that he's in right now. His lower body is in water. So it seems like way too obvious that he was electrocuted. So I think even if electrocution was his cause of death, I don't think it was as simple as him just being electrocuted and that's it. He also has like a small like red dot on his neck, which I'm theorizing could be from being injected with a needle. So he was like poisoned and then electrocuted, or something like that. But yeah, it could be from the taser, but that seems so obvious. He was definitely electrocuted, but whether he was electrocuted before he died or after he died is not certain right now. Yeah, I definitely think that he was fighting someone. I think that he stabbed someone. There's blood on the floor, but I don't think it's from him. I think that he stabbed someone. Markings that seem to extend down the arm. Ava, look at this. Let me see. Yeah, burn marks. That's really horrible. Does Ava not know about what electricity burns look like? Because that's like a key. That pattern, that veiny root-like pattern, is like signature for electricity burns.
That's...
There's a taser a little way off from where we're standing, but I couldn't find anything to indicate it's been fired. So the only other thing I can think of is the generator.
Is that really true?
Why the generator?
I know.
The thing has clearly been destroyed or something. Maybe Wolfgang caught in that something and that's how he died?
Sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah, but what I'm not sure of is if he was electrocuted before or after he died. Because another piece of evidence we found, he had a note on him that says to meet at 8:15 a.m. But his time of death was at 9:35 a.m. So there's like over an hour in between when he supposedly was meeting here and his time of death. So what seems to have happened is that he met with the killer at 8:15 a.m. and something happened and he tried to stab the killer, or he did stab the killer, but then obviously didn't kill the killer. But he stabbed the person who killed him. But the person who killed him maybe injected him with something in the neck, injected him with some like sleep agent or something that incapacitated him. And then later on, there was a timer that went off and that electrocuted him and killed him. That's what I think happened right now. Or the electrocution didn't even kill him and it was just the poison from injecting him, but I don't know. The generator seems too far away from where Wolfgang is lying to cause burns like these.
Look at this.
Plus, the room's water isn't conductive, so electricity couldn't have traveled through it. You're right. Anything that melted the generator's wires would have burned his suit to a crisp. Maybe they injected him with like some sort of anesthetic? I don't know. They could have injected him with some sort of paralytic. You're right. Anything able to melt. Well, that would be brutal if he was injected with like a paralytic and then got electrocuted. You're right. Anything able to melt the generator's wires would have burnt his suit to a crisp too.
Thinking.
Exactly. I think Wolfgang received these burns outside the boiler room. There's just nothing here that could leave these markings. As for the actual place he got burnt, guess we'll have to try and find it ourselves. That is, if such a place even exists. Well, it's possible the generator might not have been involved in the murder. It seemed unlikely that Wolfgang made a detour for the boiler room after being severely burned. After all, burns like this, like his, would definitely paralyze someone. As for Wolfgang's palms, they didn't have any markings on them. Still, he must have fallen somehow. Why else would he be lying on the platform? That seemed to be everything I could gather.
Hello.
Hey, Damon. Since we've inspected the boiler room, we should find the students who left and ask them for their testimonies.
Right.
They went upstairs to investigate Wolfgang's dorm, right? Yes, because of what I said earlier. The victim's last known whereabouts are the best places to search for clues.
Okay.
Alright, let's see what they've been up to. Apart from collecting testimonies, there are 2 other matters on my mind. 1, getting Desmond to inspect the taser gun. And 2, pinpointing exactly when the blackout occurred in case it happened at the time of the murder. I walked over to the boiler room door, which had been left slightly ajar. But as I began to pull it the rest of the way open, I noticed that the doorknob, something about it, looked different. Hey, Ava? The doorknob, I think it's been flipped. Flipped? Are you sure? Take a look for yourself. The first time we woke up here, I'm pretty sure this lock was on the inside, not the outside.
Is that really true?
How would someone be able to flip a doorknob, though?
That's...
By unscrewing it, probably? Okay. Why didn't you say something earlier? What do you mean? This is the first time I've noticed it.
Is that really true?
Really? You didn't notice it back when you entered the boiler room with Kai? No, not even then. It might have been because of the darkness or my own nerves. But back then, I wasn't paying attention to the small details like the doorknob. All I wanted to do was enter the boiler room.
Anyways.
I know that makes me sound stupid.
Listen to me.
It's okay. I mean, I probably would have noticed the doorknob had I been there, but that's besides the point. Alright. Anyway, this discovery paints an interesting picture. Since the lock was now accessible from the hallway, you could technically lock the boiler room shut without ever stepping foot in it. Meaning that if you wanted to lock someone inside the boiler room, all you have to do is lure them in and close the door behind them.
Moving on.
Come on, we need to collect people's testimonies before the investigation ends. Alright, let's go. As a million questions rattled away in my mind, I followed Ava out of the boiler room. Actually, Ava, before we go upstairs, it's probably worth checking out the storage closets first. Why? I found something in the boiler room that might be related to them. But judging by the length, I think it's an extension cord. But what the hell happened to the other end of it? There's no internal plug, just a frayed tip lined with a black substance. Could the internal end been severed off and the cord burnt after? I didn't see this cord in the boiler room earlier, so it probably came from someplace else. One of the storage rooms, maybe? That extension cord, we should confirm if it did indeed come from a storage closet. Okay.
However...
But first, I want to talk to Cassidy.
Come again?
You want to talk to her? Yes, I want to talk to her. Is that bad? She wasn't much help last investigation. Well, any help is better than no help.
Fair.
You know what I just realized? Wait a second. Wait a second. I just realized something. The boiler room connects. This murder was definitely done by someone who was in the... This murder was definitely done by someone who was in the dining hall doing the tournament. And the reason I think that is because the boiler room directly connects to the dining hall through that little vent. And since the room was all changed up for the gaming tournament, someone could have easily put an extension cord through that vent. And whoever was setting up the tournament could have put an extension cord through that vent that leads into the boiler room. and connect it to something in the gaming room. So now my main suspects are the musician guy. Now the musician guy is my main suspect because anyone who is setting up the equipment in that tournament is suspicious now because someone definitely put an extension cord through the vent and into the dining hall. Someone definitely did that. So it could have even been Kai. It could have been anyone who was in the dining hall doing the gaming tournament. Especially the people who set up stuff in the gaming tournament. Yeah, I really think I'm onto something with the extension cord going through the vent into the dining hall. But anyone now that I thought of this, anyone who was in the dining hall during the tournament is suspicious now. Especially I guess Kai did not set up the tournament though, so like people who did set up the tournament, like Jet, Mark, and Cassidy are more suspicious because they set up the tournament, so they could have, and like there were a bunch of chairs against the wall and stuff, so like no one would have noticed that there was an extension cord going down into the boiler room. That's what the extension cord was probably used for, to put it through, to connect something from the boiler room into the dining hall. The thing that makes me suspicious of Kai is that he said, like, when we were doing the tournament, he said, like, let me go set something up, let me go set it up real quick. So like, and there seems to have been an extension cord running into the dining hall, so he could have done something while he was setting stuff up. But Mark and Jet are probably more suspicious because they actually set up the equipment.
Interesting.
The hell? Seriously?
No. Moving on. Well, listen to me.
It could have even, honestly, it could have even been multiple people. It could have been both, like a conspiracy with both Mark and Jet. But I don't know. It's at least one of those people, because whoever had the opportunity to set up the stuff and mess with the equipment in the dining room for the tournament. Cassidy was pacing around the hallway with a finger on her chin, seemingly doing nothing.
Yo!
Oh, hey guys. Sorry for not noticing you sooner. But yeah, I really want to investigate the dining room now. And investigate, like, the equipment that was set up in the dining room. Mark could have easily, like, connected an extension cord to something on his music equipment. And then when he turned the knob on his music equipment, it triggered something that killed Wolfgang. Like, yeah. Sorry for not noticing you sooner. I was performing a super sweep down of the Seer hallway. That's a lot of words for wandering around. And they did that so they would have an alibi, maybe, like, because they could say that they were at the tournament. That's a lot of words for wandering around aimlessly.
Listen to me.
Can you put your sweep down on hold? I have a really important question. Let's hear it. Just don't drag it on too long, okay? Gotta finish my sweep down before time's up.
See?
Do you remember who attended the tournament? The game tournament? Everyone who was slated to join kept their words, so we had a full house.
About?
There were 8 people in total. Jet, Mark, Grace, Jean, Kai. Yeah, so Jet, Mark, and Cassidy were the ones who were setting up the thing, so they're the most suspicious. But, yeah.
Huh?
Something on your mind? Well, since the murder happened in the boiler room, when it... No, they don't have an alibi, they're the most suspicious. Wouldn't that mean everyone in the dining hall has an alibi?
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. She's totally right. Also, since we split into pairs while investigating those rooms down the hallway, yeah, it is 100%. Unless I'm gonna look stupid if it's not one of those people, but it has to. Everything is pointing towards it being one of those people because they created an alibi for themselves that way.
Right.
Right. We all split up. What were the groups again?
Yep.
Jed and I explored Storage Closet B. Storage Closet
Check
B?
it out.
That's what it's called on the map. Does she mean the map of the Tozu trinket? I activated my trinket, and sure enough. See? Storage Closet B. There's also Storage Closet A, Storage Closet C, and Storage Closet D. Those are definitely the rooms we explored.
I see.
See, in that case, Kai and I must have explored Storage Closet C. I remember it clearly. The two of us checked the closet above and opposite the one Cassidy searched. According to this map, the only closet to fit those perimeters is Storage Closet C.
Correct.
Grace and I investigated the closet directly next to Damon's, so he must have been inside Storage Closet A.
Yeah.
Which leaves Mark and Jean with Storage Closet D. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, Damo, since you're here, what's the deal with you in the boiler room? What? When Kai told us the party beeps about Wolfie, he said you two went inside the boiler room.
How?
The heck did you do that for? You were supposed to check out the storage closet.
No.
You're not casting suspicion on me, are you? Me? No way. As far as Cass is concerned, everyone is innocent until proven otherwise. Let me just save, just in case. Real quick.
Anyway.
Did I just get a Steam message? I did just get a Steam message. Okay. It is an unimportant Steam message. Although we did hear someone run down the hallway.
Am I hearing you right?
Huh? For real? Man, unlucky. All that work for nothing. What's the plan now? Do we just, like, go back outside? Let's check out how the people next door are doing. Yeah, this is just a flashback.
Doubt it.
Weird, I don't remember any footsteps.
It's the truth.
I do.
Really?
Ah. Ava, did you really? I heard them while Grace and I were investigating the storage room next to yours.
However,
I just brushed it off as my imagination, though. Guess me and Chat must have been talking over them. Were those footsteps the reason you entered the boiler room, Damo? It's Damon, and yeah. They came from the direction of that room, so I wanted to see what the person was running from.
for real?
Ooh, really? I would have just chased after the footsteps. You mean entering the boiler room after something like that? You weren't scared a murderer was hiding inside? Well, I actually discovered wasn't much better. True. Then whose footsteps could those be? I don't know why anyone would want to be running around those spooky hallways, let alone in the dark.
What about...
Unless, oh, maybe they were also looking for a backup generator?
That's not important.
I doubt it's that innocent. Considering the places this person ran away from was the crime scene, those footsteps were probably the killers. You mean fresh off committing the murder? Fresh off the murder, or a bit after. Depends what time we went downstairs. Either way, whether it was immediately or after the murder or not, for a brief moment, the only thing separating us from Wolfgang's killer were the storage room walls. That's creepy to think about. Thus, bit by bit, the mystery slowly unravels.
My
No need to
genius is
thank
almost
me.
frightening.
It's all in Day's work. She didn't even do anything. Which rooms? Am I investigating all the rooms? Okay, this is storage closet A. I began to inspect the shelves. The glint of something shiny caught my eye. Ava, look! There's a rolling pin here and handprints on it, too.
Strange.
What are you implying? That someone used this recently and not for its intended purpose. Look, can you see how the handprints are at the base of the pin? Aren't rolling much dough if you're wielding this thing like a tennis racket, are you? The pin is also really dusty. If it came from the kitchen, it would be clean like the other utensils there. Yeah, agreed. Not only that. Right, there's a dent on the pin, too. Really? On the end opposite the handprints. Can you see it?
Weird.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Handprints and a dent. That's definitely not a coincidence.
Focus.
Could this pin have something to do with that mark we found on Wolfgang's neck? It was used to knock him out. It would not only explain the dent on the pin, but the bruise on Wolfgang's neck. How did it make its way into this closet, though? What do you mean? Oh, the fight with Wolfgang happened much before, like way before Wolfgang was actually killed.
There must be
Or
something.
he actually died. I mean, if the footsteps Kai and I heard were the killers, they probably chucked the pin in here on their way out.
Absolutely not.
No, that's not what happened. The killer entered this closet and hid the rolling pin.
Listen to me.
Grace and I would have seen them. Crap, of course. She and Grace were investigating this closet at the time. What if the killer placed the pin in here before any of us came downstairs?
Save it.
If they were out in the hallway, why didn't they use that as their chance to escape? Damn it, she's right about that too. Could this rolling pin really be unrelated? But it lines up so well with the other evidence.
Moving on.
Okay, I don't think there's anything else to this room. Let's keep investigating. One moment she's speaking nonsense, the next she's totally coherent. I don't think I'll ever understand this girl. Do I have to check every storage room one by one? Wait, which one did I just go into? Thought I went into A. Does it not put me outside the storage closet that I went into?
Interesting.
The map says this is storage closet B. Right, the closet Cassidy and Jet explored.
Look.
Do you see that? See what? The box in the corner over there, look. Confused, I turned to where she was pointing. This is... I think I know what it is. Generator, right? The one you were referring to during the blackout. Yeah, exactly. Since I've explored these rooms before, I knew one of them had a backup generator. If this closet has the backup generator, wouldn't that mean the ones who restored the power? Well, if Cassidy and Jet were the only people who entered this room, then they're the people who brought the power back. Damn, I'm surprised those two actually knew how to navigate a generator. Seems to be all there is to this closet. Jet is looking pretty suspicious based on setting up stuff and being in that room. This was the closet Kai and I explored. It was hard to get a good look at its contents in the dark, but seeing it now, there doesn't seem to be anything important here. I think we can move on. Okay. It really seems like this could have been like a... I don't know, they never really did it in Danganronpa? Did they ever really do it in Danganronpa? What happens? What happens if there's two Blackened? Like, what happens if two people... What happens if two people work to do a murder together? A was me and Grace, B was Jet and Cassidy. Eva was quietly reciting who went into what storage closet. The only way it worked was because they stabbed the victim at the exact same time. Well, in this case, it definitely doesn't seem like... What seems to have killed the victim in this case was some kind of mechanism, that was attached through the extension cord through the vent into the dining hall. So if two people help set up that extension cord or whatever together, and that's what killed Wolfgang, then they would both be the Blackened too, wouldn't they? Or I guess the Blackened would be whoever actually activated it, whatever it is. I'm just saying that because it seems like it's someone who, it seems like it is someone who set up the equipment in the dining hall. And there's three different people that set up the equipment there. So it's either one of them or all of them. I don't know, or two of them, I don't know. The situation that it's set up, here makes it possible for it to have been two or more people. But I don't know. Eva was quietly reciting who... It could just be one of the people who set up the equipment. It doesn't have to be two people, but it's just... I'm just thinking of it because the situation makes it possible. Eva was quietly reciting who went into what storage closet like an anxious high schooler trying to memorize her exam notes. She didn't even seem to notice me looking at her. What do I need to investigate? I thought I checked everything.
Where?
So what have I not investigated?
Interesting.
See.
No, moving on. Well, listen to me. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what they're asking me to investigate. What things in this hallway do I still need to investigate? I looked in all the storage rooms. Is there a blood stain in one of the storage rooms? The bloodstain that was in the boiler room where Wolfgang died? Or in the or is it just in the hallway? Because I saw the bloodstain in Wolf in the boiler room. In the hallway? I don't see... I don't see it. Oh, this? Oh, that's really hard to see. Try blood on the floor. For some reason, it seems to flow right around that particular spot. Try blood, like in the boiler room. You notice the blood in there? I noticed you noticing it.
So
Who do you think left all this blood behind?
Focus.
Well, it can't be Wolfgang, can it? Considering the sort of injuries he sustained, it wouldn't make sense for him to have spilled a lot of
There
blood.
must be something.
Which means the only possibility we're left with
what could it
is
be?
the blood belongs to someone else. Yeah, exactly. If I didn't notice the blood here, would you have pointed it out to me? I would have pointed it out to you if the roles were reversed. That way you'd know not to step on it.
Right.
Sure, I'd point it out.
Thanks.
You know, if the killer is Jet, it would be really easy for him to hide the fact that he's been stabbed. Wait, it's still telling me I just checked the bloodstain.
Look,
Yeah. That's...
I didn't do his free time events. I did Toshiko's, Diana's, and who else? I did one other person, but I forget who. But he is suspicious because it would be easy for him to hide an injury, and because he was one of the people that set up the equipment. But Mark is also suspicious for the same reason of setting up stuff in the dining hall. I think I see something behind this pile of boxes. I mean, if they didn't use that vent in this murder, if they didn't use this vent in the murder to like put a wire through it to the dining hall, if they didn't do something like that, I'll be surprised.
Jeez.
Oh, so they really are here.
Well,
What's here? Extension cords, a whole bunch of them.
strange.
Okay.
Yeah, these are definitely the same type of cord I saw in the boiler room. Only difference is they still have their other half intact. Oh, the internal plugs are pretty slim compared to the other kinds of cords. The fact that they said it's slim makes it improves my point, proves my idea even more. Because if they're pointing out that they're slim, they would have been able to fit them through the vent. The fact these cords match the one in the boiler means the killer must have rummaged through. Wait, also, yeah, wait. If the boiler room has a vent that goes into that room, also, we would have heard something if Wolfgang actually like died at that moment. For what reason they needed the cord, I had no idea, but this was still a step in the right direction. Why's that box of cords? Nothing else about this room is standing out to me. Wanna move on? Yeah, let's go. We've looked through all the closets now. Did you find everything you needed? The rolling pin and that stack of extension cords, there's no doubting their relevance in this case. At least based on what I've investigated so far.
Anyway.
Ava, let's go upstairs and collect some more testimonies.
Where?
As Ava and I emerged from the basement on the lookout for anything which could aid us in our investigation. Right in front of us, the flustered Eloise was huddled with her back to the wall, standing next to her. Ah, sup you guys. Might want to lower your voice around here. Some stuff has happened.
What could it be?
Something wrong? Sorry, Eloise had a bit of a frightening experience recently.
You
Think we all have.
No kidding.
Well, yeah, the scene downstairs is bad, but I'm talking about something else. After Tozu left, we tried going inside Wolfgang's room to look for clues. But the moment we stepped in, she suddenly pounced on me. She dragged me out and Desmond ran after us. I haven't been able to get my heart to stop beating so quickly since. Hold on, this she you're referring to? Yup, it's Grace. She's been guarding Wolfgang's dorm ever since she kicked us out. Grace was blocking access to Wolfgang's dorm? What the hell? We can't let her bar us from entering his room. The class trial could start at any moment. That's what I tried telling everyone else, but they pretty much gave up. You'll be right back? Oh, no worries. That's what I tried telling everyone else, but they pretty much gave up. Shed and Mark went to the dining hall. Diana went to the laundry room, and Toshiko and Ingrid went to the courtyard. Eloise and I, though, we're not gonna let this slide. We gotta get inside that dorm room, so we've been brainstorming other ways to approach Grace.
Think about it this way.
We've landed on something. Performing a brief inquisition. Inquisition? If Grace doesn't want to cooperate, we'll start badgering her with questions, poke at her ego until it eventually
Safety
retreats.
first.
If you want, you can join us. A debater must be good at dishing verbal beatdowns, yeah? I did come here to inspect Wolfgang's dorm, so I might as well. If that's the case, I'll go to the dining hall and ask Jen and Mark for their testimonies. You're not coming along?
Yeah.
Grace isn't someone I'd like to be around right now. You three can handle her. Something tells me she's just afraid of her talent being lost.
Right.
No sweat. Have fun with Jen and Mark.
Goodbye.
Ava left in the direction of the laundromat, clearly taking the long road to the dining hall. Should we approach Grace
Totally.
then? Yeah, let's not waste any time. Right, okay. Do you want to take the lead, Damon? Oh, sure. I'll come back. I wasn't going to admit it to either of their faces, but their plans seemed pretty half-baked. Not because I was going to face off with Grace, but because she was too. How could a bumbling person like her be of any help in a verbal showdown? If anything, she'll make us look uncoordinated. Guess I'll have to do most of the heavy lifting here. Since Grace is guarding Wolfgang's dorm, she should be right around the corner. Oh, she's over here. When you two yuppies get it, you're not coming
Don't
in.
get it mixed up.
Hang on, we're not here for that. Damon just wants to ask you a question. He isn't coming in either.
Jeez.
Why not? I need to investigate Wolfgang's dorm room.
Soybean.
Pick off Soybean. His room is none of your business. Except it is. I have to search his last known whereabouts, which includes his dorm room by
See
default.
that?
What if I said I've done the job for
Come
you?
again.
As in, you've searched the room? High and low. Want to know what I found? Nothing. For us to believe that, we need to see it ourselves.
Oi!
You think I'm lying?
Just saying.
There's a chance you could be, unfortunately. Think about it. You haven't given us any reason to believe you. Someone who's got nothing to hide wouldn't be acting so protective right now, you know. It gives the impression that there's something you really don't want us to see.
Anyway.
Also, couldn't this be considered breaking the rules? Tozu wants this game to be fair. But being prevented from searching every room doesn't seem very fair.
Don't test me.
Even if it isn't, what are you gonna do? I'll report it to Tozu.
You.
Makes sense.
I say, Dio, what do you say we look for him now? If Tozu agrees this is sabotage, he might kill Mara to help. Oh boy, it's not sabotage. I'm not hiding anything about the murder. Don't try to get me involved. Desmond never mentioned Wolfgang's murder?
Anyway.
Look, just let us into the room. If you're telling the truth, we'll drop our suspicion.
Gotta stay one step ahead.
The reality of the situation is we gotta invade Wolfgang's privacy if we want to know what happened to him. He would want to investigate our dorms if it were anyone else who died. Grace stood there silently, gritting her teeth. Then she stepped away from the door.
Okay.
Wait, thanks, Grace. With sighs of relief, we entered Wolfgang's dorm. So this was Wolfgang's dorm. While some of my expectations were correct, a lot about the room still surprised me. I anticipated the layout resembling my dorms and the decor reflecting his talent, but I didn't anticipate was how messy it was. Maybe not messy, just really casual. A room that clearly been well lived in.
Oi, you.
Don't move things around when you inspect them. I want to keep the room as it is. To be honest, I'm not sure why I was even surprised. Clothes were scattered across the room, including a familiar-looking woman's jacket. Nothing about them looked suspicious. A large toy bear adorned the bed. Something tells me this didn't belong in the room originally. Huge wooden bookshelves filled to the brim with a catalog of books towered over the room. Skimming the titles, most seem to be about the intricacies of the legal system, although some were about old court cases rehashed with new evidence. Did Wolfgang really read any of these, or were they all just for show? And not go in the bathroom? Wolfgang also had a pin-up calendar in his room. An intricately patterned couch side by side with two red sofa chairs. Even the throw pillows seem to be arranged in just the right way. I guess I can't check the bathroom. What's up, Damon? Hey, can you check something out for me?
Easy enough.
In
That's
here,
not
or
it.
in the boiler room? I found a taser gun in there. I can't tell if it's been fired or not. I don't think it has, but I want to know for sure, because if I'm wrong and this taser gun was used, it might clue us into the nature of Wolfgang's death.
No kidding.
What we're talking about is that big of a deal, huh? Yeah, since you're skilled at using guns, I
All good.
figured. No sweat. I'll see to it once I'm done here. Thanks for the heads up, Damon. We're not here for that, my ass.
Hi.
Hey. Normally she'd be meeting my eyes.
With it.
I know you suspect me. I can tell by the look on your face. But I don't know anything about his death. To be in the dark like everyone else about a person she was so close to. Damn, man, get a grip on yourself, Damon. Racing claimed to know nothing about the murder, but what about everything before it? So, I heard a rumor you became Wolfgang's new bunk buddy. This room seems to confirm that. How was he this morning? Grumpy? Happy? Sick. We were planning to go to the game tournament. But he woke up with an ache in his stomach. He woke up sick? If you're telling me the truth and Wolfgang planned to attend the tournament,
That's not it.
why did he say the opposite yesterday? From what I remember, Wolfgang said he'd be too busy to attend the tournament. More like he wanted another round at the pachinko machine. I would know. I interrogated him after breakfast. What? That's seriously what he meant?
Okay.
Yeah, which is why I told him, hey no, let's do the tournament. He was a bit finicky at first, typical for a soybean, but he eventually caved. Wolfgang was a pachinko player? I'm not sure I can believe that. Then again, some of the paraphernalia in this room look neither golf nor law related.
Okay.
Alright, so based on what you're saying, Wolfgang agreed to attend the tournament yesterday? However, come this morning, Wolfgang remembered the pirate was attending, so he suggested I track that guy and partner with him instead. Alright, because he needed to bring a partner to the tournament. Wolfgang, he knew I was miffed about it. His smile said as much. But I walked out the door anyway.
Dumbass.
Wolfgang said he was too sick to get out of bed, so I walked away. If Wolfgang really had been bedridden, how did he wind up in the boiler room? Either he didn't come of his own volition, or he was never sick to begin with. By the look on her face, I could tell Grace realized the same. All that said, it wasn't like Wolfgang to hide anything. For a guy who's so gung-ho about honesty, you'd think he would confide in the person he's closest to. Did the letter I find inside his blazer pocket have something to do with it? At the bottom of the page, fragments of a message were still visible. Only a few words were legible. A lot could be gleaned from them. For example, that mention of a secret. Did the rest of the note elaborate on it? Or was the word alone enough to scare Wolfgang? Maybe he wanted to shield Grace from information even he couldn't handle. Maybe he simply didn't want her to know. Whatever. Whatever the reason, Wolfgang Akira that deliberately hid information from someone. Ironic, huh? Louise was kneeling on the floor, sorting through Wolfgang's bedside ottoman with a serious look on her face. Hey, can we talk for a sec?
Give me a moment.
Okay. She closed the ottoman and stood up, now wearing the same nervous expression she always did. Is there something wrong? I want to know your whereabouts during Wolfgang's murder. When the murder happened, I was with Desmond in the courtyard. The courtyard? Yes? You can ask Desmond to confirm if you're confused. No, I'm fine.
Simple.
Let me just ask this. What were you doing during the blackout? Blackout? Yeah, you did experience it, right?
That's not...
No, I don't think there was ever a blackout. We were only alerted to the murder because of Tozu's announcement. So my theory was right. Winona never experienced a blackout in the tree room, and Eloise never experienced a blackout in the courtyard. Both those buildings must be connected to an entirely different power source. Well, that's all I could find. Why was Grace so antsy about people entering? There didn't seem to be anything suspicious lying around here. In any case, since I'm done here, I should head to the dining hall. Pretty sure that's where Ava said she was going. Okay, yeah, I really, the dining hall is like the key place I want to investigate. Because of that vent. Look, the vent is like covered by those chairs, right? So someone could easily have put an extension cord through there and no one would notice. As soon as I entered the room, Ava walked over to me.
Hello.
Hello, I just finished talking to everyone here. Anything important?
Age.
Nothing important. I don't think Jed and Mark are taking this seriously. This might end like the mock trial where only a couple people know what they're doing. She really thinks so? Well, that information definitely didn't bode well for me. I couldn't afford to be discouraged by it. Unless I want to die in this game. I'll see if I can make these two talk.
Thanks.
Good luck. Well, these two are the most suspicious people due to... Can I check the vent? I can't hear the whir of the generator anymore. Oh yeah, they... Wait. When the blackout happened, Wait. They did check the vent when the blackout happened. Maybe I'm wrong. Because they did turn on... Oh, you're in an ad. Is it me or is there something funky about this place? What? I don't know, man. Everything feels kinda off. He can't place Y though, and it's bugging the crap out of me. Sounded like he just felt uncomfortable being here. Guess I can't blame him. To turn things in Faken, the tension and excitement of the tournament was all but a distant memory. And this room was now a reminder Wolfgang died right under our noses. Marco returned to his position by the equipment.
Hi.
Hey, Desmond and Eloise told me you plan to investigate Wolfgang's dorm. Reese isn't guarding it anymore, so you can go inside now. Let me guess, you don't want to investigate?
It's nothing.
Are you back from the ad now? I just came here to make sure my interface wasn't damaged. This investigation could spell the difference between life and death, yet his priority was his stupid music equipment. Don't you think it looks suspicious what you're doing?
What?
Yeah, I was saying, there is a little bit of a hole. There is a hole in my theory about the extension cord going through the vent into this room, because you know when the blackout happened, they did all turn on their like watches to light up the room, and no one seemed to notice. And like I'm pretty sure they even went over to the vent and listened to the vent. So, and they didn't notice like an extension cord going through it. So that does throw a little bit of a hole in my idea, but what might they say if I mean I don't know, we'll see. What might they say if they find out you've ditched an investigation?
Slow down.
Yeah, well, hold on. Chet called out to us from the other side of the room and ran over. Can't you see Broski isn't feeling well? Give the guy some space.
That's not important.
I don't care, I'm working on a time limit. Who are you to talk anyway? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Judging by the look on Broski's face, whenever you guys are together,
That's simple.
out of everyone here, I think you know the least about personal space. What? No way. Sure, Mark might not talk a whole lot, but if he wasn't having fun, do you really think we'd be hanging out so much?
Always stick together.
Come on, Broski, back me up here. Fine. What time did the murder happen?
That's
9:35 a.m.? Check this. He pointed to a small digital clock at the top of the music pad. This is the time of the murder. It was like this when I came back here. I think the clock got screwed over by the blackout. Now it's frozen on whatever it was displaying before it lost power. And that confirms my suspicions. Okay, so yeah, what it seems like happened, it's even with that a little bit of a hole in the theory, my theory is still that the extension cord was connected to something in this room in the dining hall through the vent, and so he might have actually been killed by electrocution. I think I guess he was killed by electrocution then, but because it was something through the extension cord that from this room through the vent that triggered it. So it seems like it might have been electrocution, even though that was the most obvious thing. But it still seems like he could have been. I guess the one thing that makes me think of poison or some kind of drug that did something to him was the dot on his neck. The only thing I think of about the dot on his neck now is that he was injected there. He was given an injection there with like for a paralytic. Because it would make sense if Wolfgang was just trapped in there. If Wolfgang was trapped in the... Yeah, if Wolfgang was trapped in the boiler room, he could have like screamed for help And we should have been able to hear him through the vent, because it's right in the dining hall. But if he was, like, injected with something like a paralytic or a sleeping drug, we wouldn't have been able to hear him.
Mommy!
Nice going, bro. You hit the jackpot. I bet it's because I was here with you, huh? Sheesh, this was getting hard to watch. Why didn't Tozu fix the blackout himself? Is the maintenance of this place seriously our responsibility?
Not okay!
The fridge and pantry are restocked every day, though. Can't things just be consistent? Mining aside, he made a good point. Why didn't Tozu fix the blackout? Thinking back on his spiel from earlier. Tablet's information has been divulged. Okay, yeah. Tozu abstained from fixing the blackout because it was important to the killer. They could easily make their escape if no one could see anything.
Wait.
Oh yeah, Damon, since you're here, I've been thinking really hard about those footsteps we
Come
heard.
again?
When were we in the storage closet? When we were in the storage closet?
No, seriously.
Yeah, they were soft, right? Like the person was wearing socks?
See.
Now that you mention it, it did sound like socks on a hard floor. Of all things to be right about, it has to be this. What do you mean? I mean, why didn't the killer just wear shoes? Think about it, the sound of something like heels would be pretty distinct, right? Or what about sneakers? They get really squeaky on a smooth floor. And
Don't say that.
what I'm saying is, you could totally figure out the shoe from the sound it makes. And if you know what shoes the killer had on, you could just look for the person with the matching pair. But socks? Anyone can be wearing socks. The person probably removed their shoes for that reason.
This sucks.
Just our luck. May as well skim through the kitchen just in case. Looking inside the cabinets, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Except, huh? This knife block had a knife missing from it. For a kitchen knife to go missing, at the same time a knife is found floating in the boiler room's water. Can't be a coincidence. I'm pretty sure I've investigated everything here. What have I not looked at? Cassidy had clearly spent a lot of time doodling this. She must be upset that we didn't even finish a single round. First time people have a get-together and they're interrupted by murder. Thinking back on it, the game tournament and the murder happened really close to each other. The former began at 9 AM, while the latter occurred at 9:35 AM. That's within the same hour. Taking another look at this whiteboard, yeah, you can see why the killer chose to attack so soon. 8 potential witnesses all situated in one place, too preoccupied with video games to notice the world around them. Couldn't be a more perfect time to strike. Oh my, would you look at the time? I dare say we ought to get this trial started soon. How does 20 minutes from now sound? Great, great. Please continue to investigate until then. See you later. What? There's only 20 minutes until the trial? Damon. Jeez, how does she keep scaring me? Investigation's almost over. We need to find the other 3 and hear their testimonies. The other
As
three?
I was saying,
Toshiko, Ingrid, and Diana.
Jeez.
Alright, calm down. Desmond said they were in the courtyard,
I'm
right?
talking.
And Diana's in the laundry room. Then let's talk to Diana first, since the laundry room is in this same building. In the meantime, don't panic, okay?
Can't you see?
I'm not panicking. As she said that, she motioned for me to follow her over to the door. Ava might deny it, but the anxiety which had been bubbling up inside her was clearly starting to boil over. Although, with how fast my own heart was beating, I guess she's not alone. We haven't investigated the pharmacy at all yet, though. Alright, if Desmond's telling the truth, then Diana should be in here. I hope Ingrid and Toshiko are still in the courtyard. We won't know until we see for ourselves. That doesn't make me feel any better.
You think?
I'm not exactly a therapist.
Save it.
If you were, I wouldn't be your friend. What? If you were a therapist, I wouldn't be your friend.
That's...
Any reason
It's
why?
the truth.
Therapists always turn out to be really scummy people. I see. Can't be happening. This can't be happening. Diana was standing with her back pressed up against the wall, arms wrapped around herself in a tight embrace. She's in even worse shape than before. Diana, I need to ask you a question. Please give me a moment. It's been kind of tough.
No.
The investigation is going to end really soon. We can't wait. Okay, sorry. Where were you during the blackout? Oh. The blackout right before the body was discovered. I was just in my room, alone, doing my makeup. I don't have any makeup on, though. I was experimenting with new combinations, so I wiped it all off. I wiped it all off already.
See.
So you were alone in your room the entire morning? Yeah, I just wasn't feeling up to it.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm feeling a little sick all of a sudden. Do you mind if I go back to my dorm? I asked all the questions I wanted to. Thanks.
So,
Do you think she was acting weird at all?
That's...
No weirder than the others? Anyway, since Diana gave a testimony, I can cross her off my list now. Which means the only people I still need to speak to.
where?
Hope Ingrid and Toshiko are still in the courtyard. We won't know until we see for ourselves. They can't introduce the pharmacy area and then not use it for anything. Alright, let's go before this investigation ends. Toshiko and Ingrid had retreated under the bandstand at the center of the courtyard. The larger girl was comforting the smaller girl, who completely hidden her face behind her fan.
Hello?
Hey, have either of you been investigating? Investigating? Toshiko lowered her fan to reveal a pair of puffy eyes.
Unacceptable!
I don't know. What are you expecting me to do?
Seriously?
To look for clues. Clues?
Impossible!
How am I meant to do that? It's not like I've had to solve a murder before, you know. My hands have been a bit full, so no luck finding any clues. I can see why.
Moving on.
Okay, well, did you at least notice anything suspicious this morning? Could be a person acting odd or a strange sound. That's what most real-life testimonies talk about anyway.
Think this through.
Person acting odd? Maybe not at the time, but looking back, definitely seems a little strange. You want to tell them, Toshiko? Okay, fine. This morning I saw Wolfgang. When did you see him? In the dorm hallway, on my way back from the pharmacy. Dorm hallway? Just as I was about to enter my room, I saw Wolfgang leave his. Oh, Wolfgang. A coincidence running into each other like this. Are you already on your way to the tournament, Miss Kagura? It's rather early. Of course not. A professional like myself knows better than to attend some silly party. Right, my apologies. What about you? Are you going to the tournament? That's correct. I'm going to the tournament. I'm just heading to the laundry room right now. There's a batch of clothes I accidentally left behind in there.
That's...
Bing said he was going to attend the tournament.
Strange.
Yesterday he told everyone he was too busy to attend. I assumed he changed his mind. I had no reason to question him. I heard bits and pieces of their conversation from inside my dorm. The whole thing couldn't have lasted longer than a minute.
Bit complicated.
Toshiko and I are bunk buddies, by the way. Thought I mentioned that in case Damon didn't know. Okay, thanks. Anyway, when I heard what Wolfie said, my first thought was leftover clothes. I don't remember any leftover clothes. But I figured I must have been misremembering what with my aching head and all. Aching head? I was suffering a terrible headache this morning. Couldn't even see 2 steps in front of me, let alone get up from my bed. That's why I had gone to the pharmacy. I was hoping to procure some medication for Ingrid. Not my proudest moment, I'll admit, but I knew I could trust Toshiko with the job. You know what time the interaction with Wolfgang happened? 10 past 8, I think?
How should I put it?
Conversation happened just a little after the morning announcement. That I can tell you with confidence. Yes, 10 past would make sense. When the announcement initially played, I was just about to leave the pharmacy. And she was already inside the pharmacy by 8 a.m. So, Wolfgang, he looked totally fine when he saw him?
Sure.
Yes, nothing seemed awry. Oh, doesn't that call into question what Grace told me earlier? Either Grace lied to me about Wolfgang calling in sick, or she was telling the truth. Wolfgang just got outed as a liar. Probably deduce an answer if I know what time Grace left Wolfgang's dorm. If she left before 8:10 a.m., then she would have already been out of the picture by the time Wolfgang made his move. Hence why she only remembers him in bed. However, if she left after 8:10 a.m., then she would have been there for Wolfgang's encounter with Toshiko. Which means she lied about Wolfgang being bedridden during the period of time she was in his dorm. Funny how she never gave me a time. What else happened after Toshiko saw Wolfgang? That blackout gave us a spook. Toshiko and I decided to stay where we were until the lights turned on, but we did watch you and your buddies pass by. You saw
How
that?
should I put it?
Heard it first, then took a peek. I would have said something, but I still wasn't feeling my usual self. So we watched you up until you all went down the stairs. That must have been how you found the crime scene, right? Yeah, that's right.
Too much for me.
Such a terrible sight. I can't believe someone here might actually be behind it. Let's just hope we can solve it. Alright everyone, that's time. Please drop whatever it is you're doing and proceed over to the Tree of Ignorance. Don't make me wait too long, otherwise you'll be in for a shocking surprise. Woohoo. Get it? Because your trinkets can zap you? Anyway, just gonna move on. It's time.
Fingers crossed.
You two, go on ahead. Toshiko and I'll catch up.
Listen to me.
Okay, let's go, Damon. Eve and I made the short trek to the room with the tree. Once there, we waited for the others to arrive. Eventually, everyone had shown up. So, how are you guys feeling? Words wouldn't do it justice. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty bad. I can't tell you how I feel when I don't even know what I feel. I'd rather we save the talking for the trial. The trial. In just a few moments' time, we were going to be down there. Down there in the trial room, fighting for survival, using only our words. Damn it, Damon, get a grip already. Before the door in the tree opens, I need to ask Desmond if he has any new information about the taser gun.
Hi.
Hey. His voice was steady, but his eyes kept darting around the room. Did you check the taser? Right, I did. Any findings? Just one. The gun's blast doors were missing. Blast what?
Eh?
Tree of Knowledge, a symbol of sentience, intuition, and understanding, exists here only as a barren replica. The Tree of Ignorance emulates the wonder of nature, but does not achieve it. And justly so, for ignorance often aspires to be seen as wisdom. Damn it.
Shit.
Well, I guess we gotta cut this conversation short. I mean, you could just quickly explain to me what a blast door is.
Holy!
We're so screwed. We're totally gonna die.
It is how it is.
You go in expecting to fail, chances are you will.
Game over, man! Game over!
I'm gonna think of failure even more because you said
Hold
that.
your horses.
Look at it this way. Who are the cards more stacked against? 14 people working together to solve a murder, or one person trying to lead everyone else astray.
Are we ready?
If anyone's in for a struggle, it ain't the group of 14.
Do you think?
You make a good point. Statistically, the odds are in our favor here.
It'll be okay.
Exactly. Luck will be on our side.
No, it's not.
If luck was on our side, we wouldn't be in a killing game to start with. Can I say something first before we go? Oh, what is it? It's a message for the killer.
What did you say?
A message for the killer? The person here who killed Wolfgang, whoever you are, can you please step forward?
I want to help.
Oh, yeah, we don't have to do this. This class trial. If you can just find it in yourself to step forward and bring this whole thing to an end already, then please. Despite the honest pleas, no one came forward.
Come on.
If someone's determined enough to commit murder, they won't back down because of one person's pleas. Since we're on the subject, I also got a message for the killer.
Dumbass!
Don't forget that the punishment fits the crime, asshole. Enjoy the fucking death penalty. Grace spat out those words and disappeared into the opening of
Can
the
I
tree.
go now?
No sign.
Slow down.
Yo, broski, wait up. I guess if it's time to go. We knew where the stairs would take us and where the elevator afterwards would deliver us. But everything beyond that was shrouded in uncertainty. There was no mock trial awaiting us, no faux murder designed to waste our time with a stupid mystery. This was undoubtedly real. Come on, Damon, get a hold of yourself already. Taking a deep breath, I approached the opening in the tree. Descended into the darkness. It was the same elevator, the same slow churning of metal, and echoing sounds of clunky machinery. And yet, something was different. Someone was gone. Someone who I never held in high regard, but who was still a person nonetheless. A person with feelings, a person with aspirations, a person with a family. A person who I will never hear speak again. Not a single word. I ready for this? Was what I did during the investigation the best I could have done? Will it be enough to carry me through this trial? Will it be enough to lead me to Wolfgang's killer? I won't know until I do it. Until I face this trial head on. There's no way I can place my faith in the other people here. There's no way they'll come to the correct conclusion. Our survival depends on me. The elevator began to slow, snapping me back to reality. I adjusted my tie and stood up tall, and when movement stopped completely, the doors in front of us opened.
Rise and shine.
Somebody call an ambulance. I think I've got a case of deja vu.
Isn't this lovely?
Ooh. He's doing the Monokuma laugh. It feels like only yesterday we were playing detective with the corpse of a crime scene. My, how insouciant and chipper so many of you used to be.
How interesting.
After all that back and forth over simple how-done-it mystery, I'm truly curious what today's trial will yield.
Yeah,
Just to remind myself, our names are on the podiums, right? Eager to start, are we?
Mhm.
Yes, to find your podiums, just look for where your name is
The
written.
show must go on.
Come on now, hop to it. I'm so excited I can barely wait any longer. Really don't want to do this.
Oh, crud.
We gotta do as he says, though, otherwise that enforcer lady might get mad. Knowing we were powerless to disobey Tozu, we began to disperse and locate our podiums.
Hey,
It's okay, everyone. If we work together, we can do
we
this.
can't give up.
Right, guys? If we work together, we can solve this case. So come on, let's do this for Wolfgang. Although her words elicited nods from the other students, the expressions on their faces told a different story. It was an expression I couldn't help but feel conflicted over in a moment where I shouldn't have been focusing on my feelings. An expression of unmistakable fear. For days now, I've been angry over the mock trial. Angry at how much people resented me for telling the truth, how they twisted my words and assumed my intentions. I'm angry, but that didn't mean I wanted to be right. I would have been happy for reality to prove me wrong, for no one to buckle up under the pressure of the killing game. But good endings like that only exist in stories. Reality was apathetic to what we wanted, and the events of today proved we were at its mercy. So I stood there on my podium, conflicted. I think this tragedy could have been avoided had people just listened to me. Who was it that encouraged everyone to turn on me? Who was it that encouraged everyone to trust each other? If Wolfgang hadn't been so naive, if he just told people to protect themselves rather than each other, then maybe he would still be here. Regardless, I can't let myself be consumed by the what-ifs. Although the others may have failed at preventing Wolfgang's murder, I, at the very least, can solve it. I'll uncover this killer, let them face the consequences of their actions. I'll solve this case and survive. Yes, I would like to save. Okay. It's trial time. Looks like there's an ad going on right now. I'll wait a little bit. Yeah, I could see when the ads are playing. It lets me know when the ads are playing. So I was waiting to start the actual trial. But here we go. Okay, yeah. I was just saying, it tells me, yeah, this trial. Yeah, I don't know if I'll finish all of it. Right, I'm gonna start it right now. I want to start it now, but I'll see. I'm really excited to do this, though. I have my idea of what happened with the wire extension cord going through the vent, and someone who set up the going through the vent into the dining hall.
Let's get this started, shall we? Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone. Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles. A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to explain the rules to you again. But even so, you must vote for who you believe is the blackened. If the blackened receives the majority of votes, only they will be punished, and the rest of you will resume your killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person, then expect no sympathy from your hosts. All spotless students will meet a tragic end, while the blackened will be granted release from this academy. Happy discussing! We pray for your survival and success.
Can someone please break this silence?
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice. But putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed.
Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium.
Oh, don't cry, Toshiko. He's in a better place now, you hear?
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this, whatever it takes, no matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
Do you really gotta resort to violence?
Let's just stay calm, okay? Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it. How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose? That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line. Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
Well, nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer. If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means. For instance, pretending to be outspoken about the case.
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the investigation seems really suspicious.
What did Grace do?
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside. Intentionally or not, it really hindered our investigation.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented. You know, for someone who seems so adamant about finding Wolfgang's killer, it's odd she tried to conceal potential evidence.
I'm not saying Grace is definitely the killer. I just think we should be cautious of her.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone, 'cause she went to the game tournament.
Grace attended the tournament?
Oh, but that just okay. I don't think it's Grace, but her attending the tournament makes her more suspicious. But I don't think it's her.
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish, which was like half an hour before the murder. Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would have been obvious.
Grace is off the hook? Wow. That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
And me.
And Mark.
Damon and I also attended the tournament. We can also vouch for Grace.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
What the heck? Are you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered, then Kai, doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation? You told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
I never said I didn't leave the dining hall!
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
Mm-hmm. When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs. I would know. I saw him.
There was a blackout?
You don't remember?
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
How could that be? Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
I got it. The reason not everyone experienced a blackout is because only the building containing our dorms was affected. If I had to guess, the courtyard and tree area are connected to separate power sources.
So the tournament attendees were affected, yet they left the dining hall? Why not stay put until the power returned?
Because we were the ones who brought it back. It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves. And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets. Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Because of the Toaster Trinket map, we know which ones, too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Jet and I check storage closet B. Damon and Kai check storage closet C. And Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
Yeah, I was with Grace. She can confirm being with me, too. Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
Sorry? You're sorry for accusing me of murder. Sorry doesn't cut it, you conniving two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
Okay.
Whoa!
Damn.
I'm cool, dude.
Hang on. Even if you aren't involved in Wolfgang's murder, you must know something about his last known whereabouts.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Grace and Lawyer Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
When I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside. Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
Ugh.
He's right. I also saw the equipment and the clothes.
The clothes are understandable, maybe. But why was golfing equipment in the room?
Yo, little history dude. Wolfgang must have spilt the beans with you, right?
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let your roomie know in advance.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm getting this right, Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Let me provide some context. As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with Jean, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang. Those were the pairings at the time. However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Totally not suspicious.
It was a win-win situation.
I get Grace out of my hair.
She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via a game of tic-tac-toe. I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me, so when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half. Ugh, gross.
In that case, Desmond was right about those two being together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point? Like, maybe he said something that stuck out to you, or, maybe had trouble getting to sleep.
No. Nothing weird happened last night. Nothing happened last night.
But...
The morning of the murder. This morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick.
Sick?
With a stomachache. It hurt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. I was gonna cancel my plans for today, but he convinced me to attend the tournament. So, I left his room right after the morning announcement. And yes, I'm talking about the game tournament. The same one Wolfgang acted all hesitant about attending. Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well, so she asked me to be her sparring partner, since you needed one to enter the tournament.
She withheld information.
Aye, that she did. Of course, since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position, would you go around and admit that in a killing game? No. You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
When you put it that way, man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about. What then should we make of the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
What the hell do you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall, how did he walk all the way to the boiler room?
Good point. If Wolfgang really were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
Now that you mention it, to reach the underground floor, wouldn't Wolfgang need to descend, like, 4 flights of stairs? It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick...
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
I'm not withholding anything else. Leave me alone.
There's more to the story than Grace is telling us. Too many people are letting their emotions cloud their judgment. I need to solve this mystery and set things straight. Okay, finally we're getting into a non-stop debate. There's a lot of exposition.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I didn't mean the fire. Is there an easy way to see the description?
He was in our dorm room.
It's definitely
Okay,
this.
hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace keys.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
Okay, if I pressed 1.
The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never sick.
Maybe Grace has some kind of reason for lying about what Wolfgang said this morning.
How?
What?
Why don't you tell everyone
I mean,
the truth, Grace?
he lied that he was sick.
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw of Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I mean,
I've got nothing else to explain.
the only thing I could think that they're pointing me towards here, if that wasn't right, is that he was carried because there's blood drops that lead into the room. But I don't think that's really what happened, but that's the only thing I could think that they're leading me to.
He was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
Oh wait, no, that's a yellow.
Found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried.
Okay, it was that. Yeah, I that was a contradiction, not a agreement.
It's true Grace's testimony is inconsistent with where we found Wolfgang's body. But that's not Grace's fault. The only person we should be blaming is Wolfgang himself.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Simple. Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can cooperate. Can't you, Toshiko? During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
That's after I left.
Yes. I remember now. Ingrid. She developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication. The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face
with Wolfgang?
Hold the phone! Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy and even mentioned going to the tournament. Of course. He never made it.
I don't want to be that guy, but can anyone confirm this?
Mm-hmm. I heard them chatting a while in my room. Though I was bedridden like a sitting ghost, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshiko.
Sounds like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
To go to the boiler room. Most likely.
I'm lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
This is it.
During the investigation, I found this note tucked away inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink, but some parts are still legible.
This mentions the boiler room.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang in the boiler room, and this note in his pocket, it can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky dark place? Wolfgang had nerves of steel.
Ulysses, Grace, do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note.
Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
Then the reason he told Grace he felt sick
was to remove her from the picture. Yeah, once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs. That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't this same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Not to interrupt, but on the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Oh? You don't know whose blackmail he got?
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally.
For that reason, I implore you all to speak to the person whose blackmail you have and them only. Even if the contents of the envelope seem horrible, give the person a chance to explain themselves.
Regardless of the blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else. Which makes me wonder, could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it, they could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them, hence the mention of a secret. However, if Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening note. Not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, I knew that.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the sender's.
Is there any way to figure out whose secret it is?
We'd probably need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Oh, I've got just the idea. Yo! Person who Wolfgang had blackmail on! If he gave you your blackmail back, can you say something?
Don't forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, right. Hey! Person who's got Wolfgang's blackmail! If you're innocent, say something already!
Well, I guess I'm gonna say something. Would telling everyone I have Wolfgang's blackmail really guarantee my innocence in their eyes? I don't know. Although everyone may follow my direction during the trial, since they can't ignore the evidence on my side. When it comes to me, of all people, owning Wolfgang's blackmail, how do I know they won't suddenly change their tune? They might chastise me for not revealing his blackmail sooner, or maybe they'll think I'm confessing and accuse me of murdering him. It's not like I wouldn't be able to refute their arguments, but do I really want to subject myself to all of that? Does the trajectory of this trial really depend whether or not
I was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot. But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Are you confessing? Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Seriously? Way to be anticlimactic.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Your own?
Wolfgang approached me the same day everyone received an envelope. Funnily enough, it happened right after I'd finished speaking with my own person. He and we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it, if you need the proof.
Ah, Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
I held on to the letter for safekeeping. This should have all been said sooner. I realized that. I suppose my pride was stronger than my rectitude. My mistake for stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Truth! Thanks for letting us know, bud.
Indeed. To recognize, to acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat, I believe.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that. So, my thought, because I have Wolfgang's blackmail and Jean has. Well, Wolfgang had Jean's blackmail, so either the killer lied about having Wolfgang's blackmail, I mean, the only other person who knew about... Actually, wait. Wait. Someone could know about Wolfgang's blackmail because I went to the boiler room to ask Tozu about Wolfgang's blackmail, and I was speaking to Tozu about the blackmail. So if someone overheard that conversation, they would also know Wolfgang's blackmail. That's the only thing I could think of to how the killer could know Wolfgang's blackmail.
Right. It's very noble.
Oh, you're gonna head off for now? Oh, alright. I hope your back feels better. I want to continue this trial. I don't know how far I'll get. Yeah, I'll DM you on Discord about it. I hope your back feels better. See ya. Thanks for being here. If I revealed my blackmail right now, would everyone here treat me the same? Would they be just as forgiving?
I take it our other blackmail person isn't gonna step forward?
If nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
No one's reciting shit! It was only a suggestion. Calm your farm.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail, that doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer. It's annoying they won't speak up, sure, but unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people, especially now that he's gone.
I don't know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
Yeah, it's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
The cases, or...
Obviously, the case. The more pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes. The clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
You certainly talk a lot stranger than you used to, but I think I get it.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but we can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right? When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him. And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood. On the boiler room floor and on the hallway floor.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
The knife was bloody, so...
Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
That would line up with how we found him.
He definitely was not stabbed.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor. And along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind, and the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang Had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler room after him, which was when they, you know, ended it.
It all makes sense.
Okay.
Is
Probably
this
the
really how you guys
Ozu
think
tablet.
The boy knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to it. Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor.
And along the underground hall.
The confrontation must have happened.
There was a confrontation.
Snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed.
No, that's wrong! Jed, you talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor, but did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
I figured, had you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back, you would have noticed a clear absence of stab wounds. In fact, none of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss. Seriously. We went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
Hey, man! It's not like I didn't try! It's just... this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder later.
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting. Since some of us here weren't able to investigate Wolfgang's body, I'll lay out his injuries. There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise, and a tiny red dot. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in total. Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Burns, you say?
Junior high, my dear Wilson. The killer used a flamethrower.
These didn't look like normal burns. Not the sort you'd get from a stove fire, or a hot iron, or a flamethrower, I suppose.
Contradicting my theory outright? Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
Sorry, lass.
Yes, if I may add on to what John said, the burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of corona paralysis.
Chiaro.
Ooh, now this I know. Coronoparalysis. It's something which happens to lightning strike victims.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Getting struck by lightning is like getting kicked by a horse. The impact is so shocking. Some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
I was aware of lightning paralysis, but even I didn't know its official name. That's a nice head you've got on your shoulders.
Lots of people tend to overlook the importance of lightning safety, especially where I'm from. My grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Sorry to hear that and all, but what does lightning have to do with anything?
Well, if I had to guess, Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
So Wolfgang had lightning strike scars?
We're trapped inside a building, though. Lightning can't come from anywhere.
Could he not have been struck before the killing game? Fate is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps a deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
Nay, those burns were fresh. One look was all it took for me to know that. If he had these scars before, we would have noticed them anyway.
But if those marks were recently inflicted, wouldn't it mean Wolfgang somehow went outside?
Not necessarily. This is only something I thought of just now, but the reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
You saying there's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
ideas sounded ridiculous, though. When I think back on the boiler room, it was inside it. I mean, yeah, that was the most obvious thing.
This is it. Ulysses, since you write everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
Yes, I do. Why?
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene, they probably aren't as familiar with the room as we are. So, you should read out your description of it.
Sure. The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water. Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage, and in the back looks to be a generator, charred beyond belief. What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room. Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
At the time of the investigation, sure. But it wasn't always destroyed. You probably don't remember. But back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor. To be more specific, it was the boiler room I woke up inside. I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
I woke up first.
Yeah. She did. Anyway, Ava, you agreed the generator was in full working condition when we woke up, right?
Right.
So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility. As for what destroyed the generator, well, it's hard to say for sure. My best guess would probably be...
Don't waste my time.
Ooh, a rebuttal?
Two things. First, destroyed is overly vague. Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Charred beyond belief. Second, and more importantly, where's your proof the generator inflicted those burns?
What are you talking about? The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now, does it? Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence? Funny how the standards shift, if so.
That's...
Yeah, but she's trying to make me look like an idiot. Okay, let this continue. The others might start to doubt me. I need to stop her before she veers the trial off track. You thought you were the only one with an interjection animation? Think again. Sometimes a student will dislike your argument so much that they will initiate a one-on-one debate with you. We call this rebuttal showdown. During rebuttal showdown, your opponent will fling a flurry of remarks at you, and it's your job to counter them. Use the WASD keys to slice through. Just slice diagonally, press 2 keys. Okay, yeah.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days in which the generator might have been destroyed.
What about the blackout? It's impossible for the generator to cause the blackout if it was already broken prior to the tournament.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the murder.
I'll cut through those words!
Okay, yeah, I did that one pretty easily.
When the blackout happened, it froze a piece of equipment which had been set up for the game tournament, Mark's DJ pad. While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad. If you look at what time the digital clock is frozen on, it matches the time of death listed on the tablet, 9:35 a.m.
Well, Mark, is this true?
There's no point in me saying anything when someone else has already said it better.
Just answer with a yes or no, will you?
Yes.
In any case, the matching times are too much of a coincidence. The destruction of the generator caused the blackout, and the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't tied to Wolfgang's death.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified. Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, we can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened.
Damon, you and I both know that's not true.
Huh?
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler room to play a role in Wolfgang's murder, because it isn't even conductive.
It's not?
After Damon and I woke up in the boiler room, I wanted to investigate the flooded area, so I tested the water.
Well, yeah, it's not conductive now, but it probably was during the murder.
I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter. To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources. The boiler room's generator is just one source.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough. Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding miles are scorched.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Electricity is electricity. Doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water. If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring fell into the water?
Nah. Even in its current sorry state, the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students. A feature of the building killing a student would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why the generator's been charred, sometimes electrical faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly relentless storms. And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is purely on the hosts, ain't it?
Of course! If we were responsible for his death, your lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
Is the generator really unrelated to the case? The timing of the blackout, it's too perfect. It can't be a coincidence.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, what else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
It mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor. A toy gun or something. At least, that's how it came across to me.
Not a toy gun, a taser gun.
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though. It doesn't seem to have been used.
Nope. The taser was definitely used.
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. Some are completely wireless. For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing. Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser. If a shot is fired, they pop clean off. When I was investigating the crime scene, I found the taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another. Speaks for itself, yeah?
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the heck did a taser gun even come from? Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Huh?
Just think about it for 1 second. Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment, Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what could someone with a dangerous talent have?
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff? What? Is there something on my face?
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
Huh? No way! You think the gun is Desmond's?
Yeah.
Hang on. You've got it all mixed up.
Jean, do you know anything about this?
It's pronounced Jean. I've been
As
saying
Desmond's
Jean this
roommate,
whole time.
perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Alas, we stayed in my abode. I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
Talk about suspicious.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Listen, I get where you guys are coming from, but that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
No, that's a lie.
A lie?
Attempt to feign innocence won't fool me. Not when I know the truth.
A marksman is obviously going to have it.
Like I said.
Blackmail? What does blackmail say?
I got it.
I don't remember what his blackmail was.
The blackmail tools you gave us. That's my evidence.
You didn't get mine, did you?
No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
But yeah, I mean, well, the thing I have to say about that is that that blackmail doesn't prove that he, like, currently has weapons. He's the ultimate marksman, so, like, he deals with weapons,
The writing style
like,
seems
outside
to match.
of here.
I think it's legit.
That's more than a little suspicious, don't you think? Leaving a bunch of weapons unguarded during a killing game?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep, no idea.
Our rooms aren't particularly subtle in their theming. Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons. If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everyone. He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together. Why would he hide weapons in his room?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talents and found the taser gun hidden inside. There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a dead controller.
Take the bad with the good, dearest people. No one fears game consoles. Well, no one besides parents and the religiously inclined.
Enough talking about consoles. Why are you guys believing Desmond so easily? If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer. Any argument he makes against it is just a flimsy excuse.
It's definitely not Desmond.
Desmond is the killer.
Okay, it's probably a blackout.
The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But if this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with
I got it.
Regardless of whether or not Desmond knew about the gun, he definitely wasn't involved in the murder. Eloise can back me up on this.
Right. Desmond and I, we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Yeah. Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies have been on my case non-stop. They're obviously working together.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Even so, since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the pharmacy, I believe I saw Desmond and Eloise in the courtyard together.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him? Should the wrong vote be cast? Nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
That's right. And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
Grace, I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end. Let's move on.
A person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a GPS. Anyway, we should totally thank Desmond for clearing things up now. Not only do we know he's not the killer, now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Now we know how... What?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Yup, that is word for word what Desmond said.
Right. Good memory.
All in a day's work, baby!
Can you repeat that quote, Cassidy?
Again? But I just said it.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
Alright. Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Is there something on your mind?
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, then wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
What?
If I remember correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
Or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our culprit to sneak in unnoticed. Doesn't exactly help us narrow things down, does it?
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
Well, my main
Look on the
suspects
bright side.
are male.
If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie. If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible, why don't we, talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead? You know, the ones that weren't burn marks? Those seem like they could lead us somewhere.
Yeah, besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
A bruise and a tiny dot, huh? Want to try tackling them in alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
Okay, let's discuss the bruise first.
So we're just fitting right into the debate of this.
I think it's safe to say the killer didn't use a flamethrower.
Maybe Wolfgang got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him.
they thought the rolling pin was used to
aim for
do
his
that.
neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Either way, something must have hit him.
I got it.
Kai's right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Really? Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind. Anyway, from how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pin. Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally, the pin also has a dent.
You sure that's enough to say it's involved? Could just be a flimsy pin.
No. There's something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder. Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used the rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
They must have wanted him to be unconscious so he wouldn't fight back.
Exactly. It'd be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
You reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
Damn! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser! Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
I guess it makes sense.
Shooting Wolfgang with the taser, what was the killer's next move? If I figure that out, I'll be one step closer to solving this case.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang
What
with
are
a
the
rolling pin.
footsteps? Away from the boiler room? You know, the one thing that I don't... This is the clue that probably confuses me the most with my idea of the murder. What else do I have?
And
Storage
then chuck the
closet.
pin into closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the 2 of us went inside closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember? Jed and I checked closet B. Eamon and Kai checked closet C. Eva and Grace checked closet A. And Jean and Mark checked closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin. Before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin. And then chucked the pin into closet A?
When exactly did they discard
This
the pin?
confuses me because I thought
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs.
I didn't mean to do
Because
that.
the
I
2 of
thought
us went inside closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find
wait,
the backup
I
generator,
thought that
remember?
this my idea of this murder is My idea of the murder was that it was sort of automated in a way. Not totally automated, but that they didn't have, that when Wolfgang died, they weren't in the room with him. But this is suggesting otherwise.
Before downstairs. Leave me out of this.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a
it's
rolling
not
pin.
that?
When Eva and I were already downstairs,
Was in A. Eva and Grace.
because the two of us went inside closet.
Damon?
Discarded them. Before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right.
Wait, what? Game over? Did I run out of time? What happened?
So let me get this straight.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin. And then chucked the pin in the closet A.
Checked closet B. Damon and Kai checked closet C.
Came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately starting the pin.
No, that was it.
Diana, there's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time. When the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator, Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
Oh man, that's right. We were just exploring the closet when all of a sudden we heard footsteps in the hallway. That's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Nope. Not ringing any bells.
Yeah, Jen and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Huh? You did?
Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Ashamed to say, I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing things. However, since other people can attest to hearing them...
Then someone else was on the underground floor with us.
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running. Since everyone explored the closets in pairs, they all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
Everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So,
considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring the rooms?
Hold up! So the killer had been right next to us?
Joy, that's a given.
huh? How are you so calm after hearing that? The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
Well, they did it, so I don't see what the problem is.
Sheesh, you're weird.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Maybe it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
The killer would have no reason. The killer would have no reason to, I mean, they could have just, like... Well, why did they need to put the pin in that storage room? Like, why they need to do that?
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
For the two who heard the footsteps, describe the sound.
It was kinda... socky. As in, it sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
Socky, huh? Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
Cause their footsteps were soft?
That seems like a leap in logic.
No, I get what she's saying. Everyone here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, we might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor. Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy to find the killer.
We already can find the killer, though.
Oi, are you pulling out leg?
I'm completely serious. Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right. Now, try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder. Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become clear.
Is the killer someone whose position we can't place?
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the murder. The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's is that theirs can't be corroborated.
Diana? They have an alibi, so it is Diana.
It has to be you!
Diana, it's you, isn't it?
Huh? The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without an alibi. Those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out. And as for those who didn't, Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building with the tree all morning. In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
In that case, Diana really is the only one without an alibi.
Guys,
if she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also, heels aren't comfy to run in.
Whoa! I didn't even think of it like that. You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
guys, what are you talking about? Me? A killer? Do you really think I could be a killer?
The fact you weren't at the tournament is incriminating enough.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi, right, Ava? You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Ava wanted to help me and Cass set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock. I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
So much for an alibi then.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer. No! I refuse to believe it!
Like some people here aren't willing to face the facts. It's not a problem, I'll make them face the facts. I don't think she did kill Wolfgang, but okay. Whether they like it or not, soon enough, nobody will be able to deny Diana killed Wolfgang. I mean, I would, it seems more likely to be one of the people at the tournament, but...
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know! Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
There's two clear handprints, so that's the clear contradiction.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who hit the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife too. Diana, correct? Are you saying she wounded herself? Wounded herself? What makes you think that? Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in
One hand?
No, that's wrong!
No. The killer was only wielding the rolling pin during their confrontation with Wolfgang. You can tell just from looking at the pin. There are two handprints wrapped around the edge, as if the killer had been holding the pin like a tennis racket. Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown man.
Then, who held the knife?
It wasn't the killer, so it was most likely the only other person in the boiler room, Wolfgang Akire.
What the hell are you talking about? Wolfgang, carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
Wait, I haven't. I have a new idea. I think, yeah, I have a new idea. So Wolfgang met up with Diana. Wolfgang met up with Diana at whenever earlier before the murder, and Wolfgang stabbed Diana. Diana is the one that Wolfgang stabbed. And it was Diana. It was Diana who was running in the hallway. That actually was Diana. And Diana was the one who used the rolling pin, so that was Diana, but she's not the killer. Diana did have a confrontation with Wolfgang, but she wasn't the killer. And she should have an injury and be bleeding right now, but she wasn't the killer. So Diana had a confrontation with Wolfgang. Wolfgang stabbed Diana. Diana hit Wolfgang with the rolling pin, and Diana took off her shoes and ran out of the room. So it was Diana who had the footsteps. Yeah, Diana was the one who met up with Wolfgang, and she did have the footsteps, but it was someone else using the extension cord and stuff who actually killed Wolfgang. Diana hitting Wolfgang didn't kill him.
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you? Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game.
Yeah.
At that point, it doesn't matter how much of an optimist he is. No better than to come unarmed.
A knife isn't super hard to find, either. Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
Besides, if Diana is the one who got stabbed, it would explain the blood trail. Think about it. She arms herself with a rolling pin and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process. For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving, and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed. If I was stabbed, then I'd have an injury. But there's nothing, right? There's nothing on me.
Depends. If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing
Well,
blood
she's
no
the
matter the size of the
cosmetologist.
cut.
She could cover it up with makeup or
Course.
something.
That also means a small cut will need bandaging, which I'm not seeing on you.
You may not see any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there.
Huh?
If she wanted, she could simply hide her injuries from view. After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
Yeah, she covered it up with makeup or whatever.
I got it.
So she was the one down. Now I don't.
Talent.
Now it makes
As the
sense.
ultimate
Now my theory matches
Diana
with the
can
evidence
easily cover
now.
her wounds.
Diana being the one to run out of there makes sense now, and it matches with my theory.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could probably disguise even a bandaged wound.
As Diana's bunking partner, I've seen firsthand how many different cosmetics are inside her room. So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
No. No. But
Wait. Diana, did you just say no? As in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. You guys know what this means, right, guys? Diana basically just confessed!
A confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense, though, doesn't it? Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang, which means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see. I see now what you were saying. Diana, she lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him and killed him.
Maybe the killer wrote 2 notes. Maybe the killer wrote a note to Wolfgang and wrote a note to Diana.
And now, she's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her. Yeah! How cruel!
Diana, it wasn't me. I promise, it wasn't me.
To think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
And then try and sentence the rest of us to punishment.
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed.
That's so fucked! Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage?
Can we at least hear Diana's side of the story?
Her side?
Well, you know, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
What does it matter what she says? Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed. We know who the killer is. If you really want to ask for Diana's side of the story, then Do it after
Okay,
the vote.
so that's why they had the cause of death in the Tozu file, because the killer was trying to frame Diana. Because Diana probably genuinely did hit Wolfgang with that pin. She probably genuinely did hit him with that, but it wasn't his cause of death.
No! No, no!
And I proved, no, we haven't. I've proven beyond reasonable doubt that she's the killer. I've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, so.
No! No!
Why is it when I hear her cry, I get this strange nagging feeling in my chest? Why does a tiny part of me want to believe the things she's saying? Why all of a sudden do I doubt myself? It's true, yeah.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us
she
would
obviously
never
did
learn
not
the truth.
kill him immediately.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
If she really killed him immediately, why was it? It was at 8. The meeting was at 8:10, and it was all the way.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
It wasn't immediately, though. I think the best thing that the presenting here is the Tozu tablet, saying it was immediately.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
Probably the note. It's probably the note. Wait, I need to go back to the beginning. She didn't kill him immediately. The note said. The note said it was 8:10.
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick. What are we waiting for then?
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
No, that's wrong!
Hold on. Grace, you're overlooking a crucial detail. Do you recall the note I found in Wolfgang's blazer pocket? It asked him to meet in the boiler room at 8:15 a.m. But, according to the Tozu tablet, he died over an hour later at 9:35 a.m. That means Wolfgang didn't die right after he got to the boiler room.
What's your point?
My point is that the killer had no reason to lure Wolfgang to the boiler room and then wait over an hour to kill him. There's no guarantee another person won't enter the room during that time. It's in the killer's best interest to be in and out of there as fast as possible. When we originally discussed the note, we lacked the context to properly understand this time discrepancy. But if we go with your idea that Diana killed Wolfgang immediately, then that discrepancy becomes all too clear.
How do you know Wolfgang didn't just arrive late?
He was already on his way when I ran into him at 8:10 a.m. He must have arrived on time.
Same goes for the killer. I doubt Wolfgang would stay in the boiler room for long if no one came to meet him. For that reason, we can assume Wolfgang was knocked unconscious soon after he arrived. But there's such a long period of time between him being knocked out and him being killed. Unless you want to tell me he and Diana were in an hour-long struggle, then I'm sure there's more to the mystery here.
Shut the fuck up!
Oh my god. Giving me the middle finger? Okay.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you see this is a trick? of Diana's blubbering and crying is just a farce to make us think she's innocent.
I wouldn't fall for a farce like that. My only concern is the evidence not adding up.
If you're still not convinced Diana is the killer, then let me show you something you overlooked. I call it undeniable fucking proof! I don't give a damn what Diana says! Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her? I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her?
If Diana lured Wolfgang downstairs, why would she take over an hour to kill him? It doesn't make sense. Not when there's a risk of someone else entering the boiler room.
What risk? Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door. Boom.
Oh.
Look at that. No intruders. Now take your argument and shove it up your ass.
Yeah, I needed to refute something there about the locking the door.
What risk? Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door. Boom.
Wait, how do I? Oh, okay. I forgot the button to fire that.
What risk?
Oh, I got it.
Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door.
I'll cut through those words.
The boiler room door can't be relied upon here. If Diana locked it, she would be trapping herself inside the boiler room.
What?
The doorknob has been flipped so that the keyhole faces inside, while the lock faces outside. Had you investigated the crime scene more closely, you might have realized this detail sooner. In any case, locking the door would lock everyone inside the room, not outside. If Diana was the killer, she'd be better off leaving the door open.
How the heck do you even flip a doorknob? Sounds like something only a tradesperson could do.
Meh. You really think so? Swapping a doorknob is easy. Well, last time I did anything like it was a while ago, but everyone here knows knobs are screwable, right? If you get a screwdriver and know what you're doing, you can rotate a doorknob quick smart.
If you can swap a doorknob, then I guess anyone can.
Right on. Wait, are you saying that like it's a bad thing, or?
Is that why Diana remained in the boiler room after Wolfgang died? She had been locked inside?
What do you make of the footsteps then? If they were Diana's, it would imply she escaped the boiler room. How do you suppose she did that?
I'm not actually sure on this one. Oh, this.
This is it.
Near the boiler room door, I discovered a thin piece of metal. At first glance, it didn't look important, but if you were to fold it in half, theoretically, it would look like a hairpin.
Ah, she used the classic maneuver, picking a lock with a hairpin. It can be done, it just takes a bit of practice.
Diana probably had this hairpin inside her makeup bag, so she used it to fiddle with the lock until it eventually came undone, which, judging by the timing of her footsteps, happened late into the blackout.
Messing with a lock in pitch blackness. Whew, now that would be impossible for me.
Right. Even if Diana did access light, like through the Tozu trinket, undoing the lock would still be difficult. Way too difficult of a situation to deliberately put herself in.
I got it.
Someone else must have locked the door.
What?
If we go off our current train of thought, the doorknob was rearranged so you could only lock it from the outside. It doesn't make sense for Diana to rearrange the lock, enter the room, and deliberately trap herself inside, which means someone else must have locked the door. I know this doesn't necessarily clear Diana's suspicion, but it's strange enough to warrant further investigation.
I'd rather resolve this thread before we move on to voting.
Agreed. We could easily miss something important if we turn our noses away.
So, why did this mystery person close the door in the first place?
What if they saw the scuffle between Wolfie and Diana and closed the door to protect themselves?
Instead of seeking help? Or trying to stop the scuffle?
You say that like closing the door isn't exactly what you would do.
What kind of asshole do you take me for?
Any chance they locked it to prevent Diana from escaping?
And somehow unscrewed the doorknob without drawing attention to themselves?
Didn't you hear him? He's talking about the door being locked, not the door not being unscrewed.
Unless two entirely different people just so happen to interfere with the boiler room at two entirely separate intervals. The one who locked the door is most likely the one who flipped it, yes?
Yes.
Then you should be wondering the same thing. How did they unscrew the doorknob without catching anyone's attention?
Doesn't sound possible.
Not in the moment, it isn't. But what if the doorknob had been swapped beforehand? Say this person knew Wolfgang and Diana were coming to the boiler room. They could have swapped the knob in advance, waited for Diana and Wolfgang to enter, and then closed and locked the door.
So the flipping of the doorknob was premeditated?
With what we currently know, I'd wager it's our
Hitler
safest assumption.
could have sent letters to both of them, saying something about a secret to both of them, and they both would have come to the boiler room.
At least until we hear Diana's side of the story.
Diana, since you were the last person with Wolfgang, your testimony could be our most valuable piece of evidence yet. You need to tell me what happened. If not for me, or for you, then at the very least, do it for Wolfgang's sake.
I'm sorry. I'm really I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay, but all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die. It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession, or...
No! I didn't kill Wolfgang. And I don't know who did, but I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here. But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said nothing...
I don't watch Wolfgang die.
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
Yeah, we'll believe you no matter what you say.
Looking like Diana might actually be innocent. It's looking like that, but the nagging feeling in my chest still hasn't gone away. Damn it, what am I doing? Because of one girl, I've been doubting myself and jumping from one argument to another. I can't piece together my own thoughts. How can I possibly piece together this case? I need to get a grip on myself. I need to keep sight of myself and the goal of this killer. Whatever's thrown at me next, I need to persevere. Because if I don't, everyone else here votes wrong. I won't leave this place alive.
Has all this murder hubbub left your head in a tizzy? Perhaps you need a short break. Something to lighten the mood and let you collect yourself. Something like a nice cup of tea. Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time. If you haven't already, please sit back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains, but deal only in gossip. Now, a question from me to you. What are sheep good at, if anything? Most humans, and some sheep, tend to respond with a resounding absolutely nothing. Sheep cannot create art or invent medicine. For goodness sake, they can't even perform music! Their limited speech and quadrupedal locomotion prevents them from reaching the heights of humans. They're practically glued to the lower echelons of the food chain. No matter how hard sheep may try, they will never be anything more than their number tags. I can't say I like that answer. Too pessimistic for me. Plus, what of the sheep who still try? The sheep who realize their fate but continue to challenge it all the same. That they can be so determined to prove their worth when humans have all but deemed them microwavable meals. Isn't that something admirable? What a shame our sheep had to be so misguided. It seems that's about all the time we have. Thank you again for attending Tozu's Tea Time. No need for extravagant farewells. I've an inkling you'll be back for tea sooner than you can say Jack Robinson. Who's Jack Robinson? I have no idea. Toss up?
Diana, now's your chance to defend yourself. Tell me what happened.
Where do I even start, though?
Yeah, I'm gonna save. I'm not gonna stop here. I'm just gonna save just to make sure.
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was 'cause of a note.
A note?
2 days ago, someone slid one into my room. I never got to see who. I just heard a knock. And when I walked over, there was a note under my door.
I don't remember any of this.
Sorry. It was midday-ish, and you weren't there at the time. And I didn't show you the note later because, well, I'll just read you what it said.
And as you are aware, it is our obligation to speak with those whose blackmail we have obtained. Receiving your the killer, I'm really thinking it's Mark now. After receiving your blackmail and reading the information disclosed in it, I believe a meeting between the two of us is warranted. In 2 days' time, please come to the underground boiler room at 8:45 a.m. Gusto was later than Wolfgang. Okay, yeah, so the killer planned to kill Wolfgang and frame Diana, I guess. Make sure to arrive promptly and close the door behind you. To avoid discourse, do not show anyone this letter. Do not approach me about it either, even in private. There is always the chance someone can hear. Wolfgang.
Wolfie wrote this?
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note, doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's note?
You're actually right.
Yeah, so I was right. They sent the note to both of them.
Even though Wolfgang's note has been water damaged, the words I can make out were in the same messy scroll as Diana's here.
Then someone else was posing as Wolfgang?
The killer, most likely. They must have thought his word was the only one Diana would follow.
Guess it worked, huh?
I didn't want to show this note earlier because I was scared of how people would try to twist it. Like saying I faked the note, or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet. I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am. I am stupid. I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang, in case he really did write the note, which was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m. and went downstairs.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No, it was just me. I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit, but I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me, since that's what the note asked me to do.
What did you see inside the boiler room?
The boiler room was really dark. So the first thing I noticed was actually the security camera light. My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. But after that, I finally saw him. Wolfgang was lying in the water, making these weird noises. It didn't seem like he'd even notice me entering the room. Not until... Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet. Wolfgang, are you okay?
It's you.
Huh?
I can't believe it. I really am finally meeting you.
What do you mean?
Please, forgive me. Please forgive me for what I've become.
Wolfgang?
Despite how hard I tried, how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. I will always be a failure.
It's okay, Wolfgang. Look, there's stairs over here. Come over here and we can get out. I have no idea if he didn't hear me, or if he was just ignoring me. But, okay. I'll get closer to you then. I went over to the ledge of the platform, the part where the fence had a gap. Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over, and he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do, because I didn't want to enter the water. Staying on the platform felt so much safer. And I really, really hate that it did. It's okay, Wolfgang. We'll get through this together, all right? I was looking at him when I said that. I was looking right at him. But somehow I didn't think to react. When he reached inside his blazer.
Bring her back. Bring her back!
I tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do. I started looking around for things to defend myself with. And that's when I saw the gun.
The taser gun? Did you use it?
I took the taser, and I aimed it at Wolfgang, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't shoot him. I just backed away from him. I couldn't understand anything. Why was this happening to me? Why was I being attacked? Why can't I do anything to...
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up until everyone knows me as...
All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me. Except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black. And then, so did everything else. Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it. His body cracking against the pavement, and his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain, for him to groan or mumble or say something. But there was nothing. There was just me and the silence. That's how it happened.
What the fuck?
That man attacked you?
Oh my goodness, Diana,
I'm at a loss for words.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Holy shit. So Diana really did watch Wolfgang die.
Why was he so violent towards her? It's like he became an entirely different person.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
By how hard I tried and how much I wanted it to be true, I can never become you. Why would Wolfgang say those words in that particular moment?
How'd you manage to escape the boiler room after all that? By picking the door's lock.
For reals?
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag. I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside. So I felt around the bag and dug one out. To be honest, I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. The whole thing was repeated trial and error. Just minutes of me telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
Whoa! Actually unlocking the doors. That's like hitting a bullseye blindfolded.
Now we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs. So that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
The lock is normally on the inside too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. That's for why the killer locked the door to begin with.
It was to frame Diana, right?
Right. The killer made Diana trap herself inside the boiler room, so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her, and force her to remain by his body. Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room, by which point, that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which, Diana, I'm curious to know, did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
It sort of happened at the same time. Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark, so I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and hid behind it. And stayed as quiet as possible. I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut though, and some of that blood ended up dripping onto the floor around me.
It's the blood on the underground floor! It's all coming together!
This was shortly before us tournament goers split up. And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu Trinket's projection as my light. I realize this is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just give me a second.
Reaching into her makeup bag, Diana pulled out a wipe and began scrubbing at her arm.
I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep. There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
Holy... That's awful!
It's okay. I'll cover it back up again.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior, it seems like he saw something which shook him to his core.
Like, there was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
That's impossible! It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room!
I don't believe Jean meant it in a literal sense.
Wolfgang literally saw something?
He thought he saw something, is my point.
You mean he had been hallucinating?
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out the way Diana described?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds can invent. I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters. Or the feeling of being tortured. If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Now, what the heck is going on at sea?
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, they're substance-induced.
I think I'm not feeling great, so I'm probably gonna stop here. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stop for now. But I hope to stream this again soon sometime soon. Because I really wanna get to the, like, core of this case. I think my idea of what happened now is mostly accurate, because I thought that he was injected with something due to the thing on his neck. So I think I got that right, and it seems like I got right what happened with like having an extension cord through the vent and stuff. But I'm not feeling too great, so I'm gonna stop for it right now. I'll raid into someone. Thanks everyone who was here. Let me just make sure I save. Thanks everyone who was here. Maybe see you tomorrow? I'll see.